Good morning. I'd like to call to order the Board of Supervisors for September 10th. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Alejo joining us shortly.
Are there any additions or corrections?
There are no additions or corrections to the closed session.
And we have closed sessions items 1A through 1E. Is there any public comment on these items? Yes, you have a comment? Yes, please come forward.
Good morning, Chair Church, CAO De La Rosa, and Board. My name is Harriet Stevens, and I am proud to be the president of SEIU 521 Monterey County Chapter. We are the largest union of public workers employed by the County of Monterey. I spoke to you a few months ago acknowledging your past support and asking you to remember your public statements of recognition and support for our county workforce and for your understanding of the important role frontline workers play in serving our beloved community of Monterey County. We appreciate that you worked with us during these negotiations to help curb the issues we are having with retention of our most experienced colleagues. We also appreciate the community support we received as one after another of our regional neighbors stood up and addressed this board to advocate for our higher wages and for the county administrators to recognize the trickle up and trickle over effect these 700 vacant positions have on an individual basis. We had to push. We wish getting wages public servants deserve was a little bit easier, but you listened when push came to shove, and it's appreciated, and we value you too. There's still work to do, and we recognize that. We are, each of us, stakeholders in this goal to make the County of Monterey the premier employer in the entire region. This won't be the last you hear from us. We know you have ideas for strengthening our community, and we have ideas too. We will be proud to continue working with you toward our common goal. For myself and on behalf of my colleagues represented by SEIU 521 Monterey County Chapter, I thank you for your time and for your valuable support of our needs during this contract negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Yes. One more.
There you go.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Church and De La Rosa. Hi. I get a little nervous when I come up here. My name is Cynthia Benitez. I work for Clinic Services Health Department. And as you all know, we, SEIU, us the union, we ratified our tentative agreement last night. And we just want to give you thanks for the support you gave to us at the end. It was a hard struggle with everything between the employees and, of course, you as well. I know there are hard decisions that we all have to make, but at the end, I think that we came to an agreement which will benefit retention as well as being able to serve our community. Like my president just said, we have a lot of work to do. Most of us work long hours. We are still a little overworked, but like I said, there is a lot of work to be done. I mean, we serve the community. We are the community. And so I thank you at this time.
Thank you. With that, we'll close public comment, as I see no others. And the board will recess for a closed session on these items. We'll call to order the Board of Supervisors Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Roll call, please.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Any additions or corrections?
No additions or corrections.
We have one item. Is there any public comment? I see no public comment. With that, we'll recess for closed sessions and reconvene at 10:30. Good morning. I'd like to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And the announcement Spanish interpretation services. Diego.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celi, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si está planeando hacer comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que pueda interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. May we have the Pledge of Allegiance? Then we'll have Supervisor Adams. Will you lead? Please
stand and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any additions or corrections?
We do. For the Board of Supervisors, we have a correction to item number 2 under ceremonial resolutions. We received a revised ceremonial resolution. There is a correction to item number 16 under scheduled matters for housing, community, and development, and that is a revised board report, attachment B, attachment C, attachment D, and a revised presentation was received. And lastly, we have a correction to item number 31 under general government. A revised board report, memorandum, and resolution was received.
Good, thank you. And we have ceremonial resolutions. I think there's 5 of them here, and 2 of them are to be presented. Is there any public comment on these resolutions? See no public comment on the resolution. Okay, first and second, those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That Supervisor Ashley, let's have yours, do yours first.
All right. I am so pleased today to be joined by Kirby Gary. We from CSUMB, our athletic director. Kirby has received a very prestigious 2024 Athletic Director of the Year award. Was honored recently at the Athletic Directors Conference in Las Vegas, and is at home right here in Monterey County. So we want to take a moment to celebrate the investment that goes into our young athletes here locally in Monterey County. So Kirby Gary is entering his 12th year as athletic director and 18th overall at California State University, Monterey Bay. Kirby Gary's unwavering dedication and visionary mindset to the California State University, Monterey Bay's athletic program has propelled them to unprecedented heights. Whereas Kirby Gary has been instrumental in shaping nearly every aspect of Otter Athletics, which is an NCAA Division II intercollegiate athletic program. And whereas Kirby Gary emerged as a nationally respected leader in athletics administration, becoming an influential voice on topics of leadership, student-athlete wellness, development, and marketing and social media. Kirby Gary provides leadership and support for the Otters' 14 sports teams, as well as the department's more than 40 full-time, part-time, and volunteer administrators. Kirby Gary was recognized by the National Association of Collegiate Directors of Athletics as the 2024 Athletic Director of the Year. And so on behalf of our county here, Kirby, we're pleased to present to you this resolution thanking you and recognizing your accomplishments for our students here. And if you'd like to make any comments.
Well, I want to thank Wendy and the board, obviously. Thank you. Very kind gesture. You know, sports is a team game, so to have my name read out loud that many times in a row is kind of humbling. But, you know, we have, like mentioned, we have a bunch of coaches and staff that just care deeply about our student athletes. We are roughly 300 student athletes strong at a college that is almost 7,000 students, so we're a smaller population, but really important to the university. with regards to diversity and leadership and performance. We are achieving at what often doesn't get mentioned is our grade point average and graduation rates and retention rates are higher than the general student population. We're real proud of that. Our average is 3.3 GPA across the 300 student athletes. So performing on the field and on the court and in the classroom as well, and hopefully making a difference in our communities, which is the most important thing. We're developing future leaders, and we know that. We take that job seriously, and I'm thankful for the recognition. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Kirby. Valerie, did we have anyone? No. Okay, good.
Okay.
And now we have a very special resolution, and Supervisor Lopez is going to present that for Lazaro Perez. Please go
I'm going to
ahead.
ask actually my colleagues to come down if you would and join me for this, as well as Sheriff Nieto come up, Brian with Parks, join us up here. Rangers, please. Please come forward. Lázaro, Joel, Nancy, es un honor hoy tenerlos aquí con nosotros, por favor. Nos acompañan acá enfrente. On August 18th, a young child was thrown from a boat at Lake Nacimiento. A 7-year-old did not come up after being submerged. A 13-year-old Lázaro jumped into the water, charged in, swam after that young child, rescued him, bringing him to shore, saving his life. We're here today honoring you, Lázaro, for your bravery. I know that one day you want to go into law enforcement, but I want you to know you're already a hero to so many. What you did, and most folks don't know, over 3,500 people a year drown in the United States. And often it's those without life vests, like that young child that you saved. For us here in Monterey County, for the supervisors in San Luis Obispo, even your supervisor all the way down in Santa Barbara County, they've all reached out to me and want to share a few words with you today and some honors. But before we do that, I want to allow other folks up here to share a few words. I know Sheriff Nieto has a few words for you, so we'll start with you, Sheriff.
Lazaro, first of all, let me shake your hand. This is a coin. This is a coin that's shared with the Sheriff's Department. We call it a challenge coin, and it's for people that belong to our organization. And your actions on that day definitely tell me, tells the Sheriff's Department, tells anybody in law enforcement that that's probably what you should go into. I was talking with the park rangers earlier. Very few people react in the way that you reacted, and it's mostly people that are in public safety because we're just built in that manner to help our fellow citizens. So on behalf of the Sheriff's Department, on behalf of law enforcement in general, thank you for what you did. You saved a life. I know you realize that, but I think you'll feel the impact as you start to get older and you get more life experience. We're hiring. I may not be the sheriff then, but we do have Explorer programs and we have cadet programs, and you can become an intern too. So thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Brian.
Thank you, Lazaro, for everything you did. And back in the day, I was a lifeguard when I was a teenager. And one of the first things they teach you is be careful when you go to save somebody, because they grab onto you. You could potentially drown as well. And I know that we spoke about that when I spoke with you on the phone. And to not know that and immediately see somebody in distress and jump in and save them, put your own life on the line, that's, something a lot of adults probably wouldn't do. So you're a very special individual, and wish you all the best of luck in the future, and hope to see you someday, wearing a uniform and helping all those individuals that you can. So appreciate it, and thank you.
Round of applause. Now, your supervisor down in Santa Barbara also wanted to send a message, so I think Monica has prepared that. So we're going to go ahead and ask staff to put up, it's a 1-minute video. I promise it's quick, but a video from Supervisor Hartman.
I'm Joan Hartman. I represent the 3rd District in Santa Barbara County, which includes the city of Lompoc, where Lazaro Perez and his family live. Today, I have the honor of recognizing an extraordinary young man who embodies the spirit of Lompoc, the home of Lompoc magic. At just 13, Lazaro Perez, a student at Lompoc Valley Middle School, has shown us true heroism. Lazaro, you've made your family, your school, and your entire community proud. Your courage and actions remind us of the profound impact that just one person can make. To Lazaro's parents, Nancy Perez and Joel Puente, thank you for raising such an outstanding young man. Your love and dedication shine through in Lazaro's character. Lazaro, we look forward to all the great things you'll achieve, whether you choose to become a firefighter, police officer, or pursue another path. We know you'll continue to serve and protect your community with the same bravery you've already shown. Thank you, Lazaro, for reminding us what true heroism looks like.
Don? All right. Hey, Lázaro, a los padres, muchas gracias por venir a recibir este honor para nuestra comunidad aquí del Condado de Monterrey. Queremos agradecerles por este héroe de 3 años, ha hecho algo tan maravilloso y sabemos que él va a llegar a niveles muy altos en su vida, en su carrera, y comenzó con esta historia tan maravillosa aquí en nuestra comunidad. Salvar una vida es algo que pues para nosotros es una inspiración, ver que los jóvenes también pueden hacer cosas que rescatan las vidas de otros en nuestra comunidad. Con eso, muchas gracias, y aquí paso el micrófono a mi colega Supervisor Askew.
Oh, thank you. My son is 12, so I know sort of what it's like to be your middle school. Yeah. You were really brave, and you did a brave thing to help someone else. And I think that we could all take a lesson from your bravery, that even if you were scared or even if you weren't scared, that sometimes there are people nearby us that need a hand, that need support, that need a little bit of extra help. And if we could all just be a little more helpful and reach out when we see people who are struggling, I think we could all learn a lot from what you're sharing with us here. So thank you for doing what was needed, and I hope that you can continue to find ways to be helpful to continue modeling that for everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lazaro, for the work that you did, because it was work. But I want to say something to your parents as well, because what you showed that day was true leadership and selflessness. And no matter what field you go into in life, you'll always come up to the top, because you learned from your parents how important it is to be a leader, to put yourself beside and just go forward to help. That will carry you wherever you go. And I'm so very grateful for you and for your parents as well for ensuring that you're the kind of boy that you are. We're so fortunate to have you in our community. I know it's in Santa Barbara, but maybe you'll move north. Thank you so much.
Lazaro, that's what you did is what's something that very few people do or are able even to do in life. And you're young, 13, and you did something that people live all through their lives and maybe not have that courage to do. So yes, your parents should be really proud of the young man that they've raised, and your future is, with what you've shown and the fortitude and the strength inside of you, you're a hero to everybody here. And you'll be a hero not just today, but for the rest of your life for what you did. And I know whether you become in law enforcement or in fire, or whether you choose to do something else, you're going to bring a special heroism to that in some way. You're going to, you've started a path that is just remarkable. And if I may have the opportunity, just shake a hand of a hero.
I think that was it. We only had the one video, right? So with that, Lazaro, know that we present resolutions to people when they achieve something that is a lifetime's worth of accomplishment. So today we stopped our board meeting to recognize you, not just with a resolution from the County Board of Supervisors, but with one from the County of San Luis Obispo as well. And we know that your actions, while they took place right on the county line between us both, have reverberated all over the Central Coast. So thank you for being a hero. Thank you for stepping up and doing the right thing. Know that we're all inspired by you and look forward to continuing to watch you grow into the hero that you already are, even more so. Thank you. And so with that, I'll present you this resolution. And this full certificate from the Board of Supervisors in San Luis Obispo. And the sheriff has a swag bag for you as well, recruitment kit. you want to share a few words with us?
I would just like to thank everybody for what they gave me today and for supporting me out.
Thank you, Lazaro. And one more note, I want to thank the Portola who went ahead and brought him back up here, so they're taking care of his room over on the peninsula for the night. So thanks to the Portola for stepping up as well. Unas palabras de los padres?
Thank you so much for certificates for my son. Es algo en especial. Gracias.
Take a few photos.
So we'll move on to appointments at this point, and we have 5 of them. Is there any public comment on the appointments on the agenda? See nothing on that. We have a motion.
Motion to approve appointments.
First, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. That move on to consent calendar, and I'm going to ask the members of the board if they want to pull anything. I believe probably there's public comment going to be on 34 anyway, so I'm going to ask, do we pull 34? Any other board members have anything else that they want to pull or for comment?
34 was STRs, right? Just
Yes,
to
it
be
is.
clear for the public. Thank you.
For the public, yes, yes. All right, with that then, I'll ask, I'm going to try to break this down to two, public comment, 2 parts, the consent calendar and the 34 from the consent calendar. So the first thing would be for all items not on 34 on the consent calendar. If anybody would like to speak on an item not, you want to speak on the consent calendar or is it general public comment? That will follow the consent calendar. That's okay. Is there anybody you see on there online? Probably.
Brian Rosen?
Okay, Brian, this is for items on the consent calendar, but not item 34?
I'm sorry, I was trying to comment on the last item, but I wasn't able to do so.
Maybe you can do it during general public comment if you have a chance. I understand it's a little, if you're talking about the resolutions, the resolution just presented? Appointments?
I think it might have been the young man that we presented the award to.
That's what I'm thinking. Okay. Okay. Well, that will just, people might have their hand up for
Margie
just.
K.
Yeah, I think these people have their hands up probably for 34. So with that, we'll move on to 34, and I guess we'll just take
You want a motion on everything but 34?
Yeah, let's take everything
I'll
but
make that motion.
Second.
Okay, first and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The consent calendar minus item 34 carries. And with that, it's going to go to general public comment, not general public comment, but excuse me, for public comment on the consent calendar. Is there anybody in the chambers? And I see nobody in the chambers. Is there anybody online for 34?
Margie Kay?
Yes, Ms. Kay.
Thank you. Please ban commercial short-term rentals from residential zone properties in North County. Please agendize a path forward to this. Approve today's number 34, but please make a pathway so that North County can be included also. Mari Klopels also wants to speak briefly.
Okay, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is, oh, sorry. Shall I proceed?
Yes, please proceed as a second comment.
Okay. Yes, my name is Mari Kleppel, and I'm speaking on behalf of friends, artists, and neighbors of Elkhorn Slough. Our request is simple and fair. Please ban commercial STRs in the residential areas in all of North Monterey County. It makes no sense to adopt an ordinance that bans commercial STRs in residential areas of the Carmel Valley and Big Sur, for instance, areas, but excludes North County from the same logical protections. With approximately 50% of all of Monterey County's unincorporated populations currently residing in North County, our area should be the first area to receive such regulations and protections. Even with a 4% cap on this type of STR in this ordinance, North County would lose approximately 12% of its rental stock in such a cap. Losing affordable housing is a direct contradiction to what the county is trying to create and protect in its current housing element update. Please do not forfeit affordable housing in North County in order to create mini hotels for people who do not live and work here. Please agendize and expedite a path forward to achieve this goal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments?
Land Watch?
Yes, Land Watch. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Laura Davis, Deputy Director of Landwatch, and I will be providing comments on Landwatch's behalf. Landwatch supports the recently approved vacation rental ordinances, and we commend both staff and the Board of Supervisors for their efforts in making them possible. Landwatch has been involved with development of the county's vacation rental ordinances for more than 10 years because of our concerns with the commercialization of neighborhoods and the loss of long-term rental housing for our local workforce. In past comments before the Board of Supervisors, we acknowledged that these issues may play out differently in each planning area, as economic needs and opportunities may vary. For this reason, with the approval of the new ordinances, Landwatch supports consideration of a fast-tracked amendment to address certain remaining concerns, for example, a ban on commercial STRs in residential areas of North County. The current regulations, as provided for in the approved ordinances, should go into effect immediately, and any changes should only be considered through an amendment process. This process can be fast-tracked as long as the proposed amendment is relatively straightforward, and especially if it has already been considered by the Planning Commission. We thank the Board of Supervisors for listening to the public throughout the process and for considering a possible amendment to the ordinance in order to ensure that it will work for all Monterey County residents.
Do we have anybody else?
Fred?
Yes, Fred, you have 2 minutes on the item 34 or the consent calendar.
Thank you and good morning. I would just like to say that since the county has chosen to unilaterally change a key component to the terms of a contract entered into with me on or about October 13th, 2022, whereby my permit with no expiration date will now terminate 7 years from October 14th, 2024. I would like the county to agree that upon termination or expiration of my permit, to also see to it that the conditions and deed restrictions I was required to acquiesce to in order to be granted said permit be removed, with the intention of allowing my home to have all of its rights restored as though the contract was never entered into in the first place. That's all I have. Thank you.
Martha Deal?
Yes, Martha, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Supervisor. I am Martha Deal. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Martha Deal. I'm speaking today as an individual and not as a member of the Planning Commission. Just want to speak in favor of the actual item 34. and once again stress how important the tools for enforcement are to any ordinance that goes forward anywhere. The business license and the operating licenses are going to be the way that we keep the playing field leveled with our established hospitality partners. It's going to allow us to bring together two important parts of our government to make sure that whatever it is we finally agree to after 15 years and thousands of comments actually gets enforced and we can actually see some changes. And I just want to say that whatever we do, we need to do something, and we need to do it now, because doing nothing is a decision to leave a situation in an absolutely horrible state. So I would very much support closure, at least on this portion of it, and say that the reason at the Planning Commission that I personally was convinced was about the different areas was because we had thousands of comments, and from the different areas, people asked for different things. So when we looked at the resource constraints and the will of the public, that's why the different areas were treated differently. It's not a casual thing, and it did respond to comments from everyone all over this county. So thank you very much. I really appreciate the time.
And Brian Rosen had his hand up.
Yes, Mr. Rosen.
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to get on general public comment.
Okay, well, it'll be coming up shortly. Is there anybody else? Okay. That bring, oh, I'm sorry. We do have one person in the chamber. Thanks for letting me in.
Sorry, I wasn't very fast getting up here, but good morning, Chair Church and members of the board. My name is Kathleen Lee, and on behalf of the Pebble Beach Company, I would like to provide some verbal comments in addition to the letter that was submitted last night on this topic. Suffice it to say, we would like to join our colleagues in North Monterey County and ask for commercial short-term rentals to be banned in the Del Monte Forest, reasons that we have articulated throughout the process beginning in 2016. We really feel strongly that this will impact the residential nature of the Del Monte Forest, and there's a number of enforcement issues that have fallen on the Pebble Beach Company and our staff that are more appropriately handled by Monterey County staff. So we do support those enforcement efforts that are outlined and potentially funded through those business license for both hotels and vacation rentals in Title VII. I do want to say in regards to Title VII, we feel it would be appropriate to table this item today so that the full nature of the business license for hotels, which is added into this component, at this point, we don't have an understanding from the Treasurer Tax Collector of what the program would look like for hotels, nor do we fully understand what the fees would be. Appreciate conversations yesterday with staff, but want to make sure that the board and the public have the opportunity to weigh in on what that full cost for both vacation rentals and hoteliers will be on the unincorporated areas of Monterey County. We understand that the Treasurer Tax Collector would look to bring that item before the board on October 8th, which would be before this ordinance would take effect on October 14th. So we just ask that item 34 be tabled until such time that the Treasurer Tax Collector on October 8th be able to bring you forward the full master fee resolution so that you understand fully what the impacts will be for not only hoteliers, which we haven't seen any of those fees yet outlined, but also for vacation rentals. And we look forward to participating in the amendment process for Del Monte Forest. Thank you.
With that, is there anybody else in the chambers or online that wants to speak on this matter? Okay, I don't see anybody, so we'll close public comment on this. Bring this back to the board. I do have one question from one of the comments. Mr. Spencer, maybe you might be able to answer this, but one of the commenters mentioned about deed restrictions that were on his property from short-term rentals. I don't know if this is a real issue or if it's widespread onto that, but if he's, is that something that is going to be addressed, or does it need direction from the board, or is it a problem?
It can be addressed. There were, I think, 30 approved vacation rentals somewhere in that neighborhood that didn't have expiration dates. So we'd have to find those records, see if there was deed restrictions, and work with the recorder's office to amend or remove those restrictions on that property.
Thank you. I just wanted to address that. Turning here to the board, if looking for any comments onto this from.
Yeah, happy to share. At this point, I still can't support this. I know when we talked about it last, I asked it to be timed just so that I could vote. So I appreciate it being pulled just so I could vote in the manner that I intend to. But given some of the challenges, I just want to point out, I think there was a news article that put out a number of, it's just $900, but the total for startup is $11,000. Again, back to my concerns, I want to be fair and be transparent with the public about what the cost is to launch this for a home. And so I am not comfortable voting for this today, especially just excluding certain areas without a robust conversation. I understand there's still challenges from the Pebble Beach company. The one that stood out to me there was the question about what the charges are, given that there's been so much focus on that. And we don't know what it is, but we're voting to approve it without that fee schedule. So at this point, I still can't support it, but I just want to be on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Alejo.
I'll just reiterate my position as well. Last meeting, I won't support this either. For this, in agreement with my colleague Lopez, but the staff last meeting said they would come back also to address the fees issue for the temporary short-term rentals, because even though they're permitted, they could be permitted in certain areas. The cost being so enormous, as Supervisor Lopez just said, would essentially prohibit them as well, because it would not be cost feasible. The other concerns I had were obviously the 4 areas that had the louder residents are now essentially prohibiting the commercial short-term rentals, essentially the temporary short-term rentals. The only thing that would be allowed is where a landlord lives on the property. And that, in essence, would push pressures for more commercial rentals to open up in other parts of the county. And then I was also concerned about the numbers of, we know there's STRs are an issue with the scarce housing stock that we have in Monterey County. But last meeting I mentioned that this would allow another 500 units in the county to become short-term rentals under the ordinance as drafted. And that has me concerned as well. The last thing I didn't mention was just the constitutional issues. When these property owners, the 30 that were mentioned that were given issued permits, those that have been functioning as STRs and paying taxes, which are many more, hundreds, now all of a sudden are under this ordinance face a prohibition. I think that's going to be challenged in court. I'm concerned about that. That it's so drastic from one day to the next. This would be going to affect two months from this final adoption, if that is today. So I would assume there's going to be litigation on this, and I'm just concerned whether our administrative record is strong enough to substantiate such a drastic change in this ordinance. So for those reasons, I'm still not going to support this. We're going to see the pressures move to other parts of the county where there's more opportunities to get these permits and open more STRs, so we're not solving the problem. We're only pushing it to another part of the county and then essentially prohibiting where we do have them for whatever political reasons, policy reasons. Now those 4 areas have been singled out to essentially prohibit STRs unless the owner is living on the property. So with that, I will not support. Thank you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Anskew?
Just weigh in and say I appreciate everyone who has communicated with our office since the vote. Was that 2 weeks ago? I appreciate the concerns that have been raised, the additional concerns, and I remain pretty firm in thinking that we need to get this initial ordinance adopted so that we can begin having some sort of real permitting and enforcement program. I suspect that at least a handful of the concerns that were raised by constituents contacting us will actually be addressed through this ordinance and what we have in place. It is a discretionary permit process for the commercial vacation rentals with a number of factors that can be factored into that. In regards to the hotel permit license. We're moving forward to put something in place. We'll still have the opportunity for conversation about what those fee schedules look like with our discretion to make sure that it's something that is we're working in partnership to figure that out. As with most things that come before our board, if I were given the opportunity to, from scratch, write whatever Wendy thinks is the best and most appropriate actions, it usually would look different than what we end up coming together to decide on. In this case, we've had multiple years of planning process that has occurred. We've had extensive public participation through the Planning Commission process. We have a 10-0 recommendation from our Planning Commission following multiple hearings, many hours and hours and hours of discussion. And so in this case, where we sit right now, I think there may be additional edits that we need to make into the future. But given the significant amount of public participation that has gone into the process that got us to where we are today, I will be supporting the item as presented, as I did 2 weeks ago. And I look forward to finding the right ways to continue making the necessary adjustments as we get this up and running. But getting it up and running, I think, is something that's long overdue and allows us at least some tools in our pocket here to address the many, many larger concerns that have been raised by residents and neighborhoods who are impacted, whether it be positively or negatively, and somehow in all the communication we've received, definitely upset by folks who think we've gone too far, as well as very loudly heard from folks who say we haven't gone far enough. So somehow we've hit this middle ground, and I think we need to move forward on this.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you, for your comments today, and from the audience and from those on the Zoom as well. I want to be sure that we are clear about what it is that we're doing. We have, it sounds from what Supervisor Church said at the very beginning, we have two things that we're talking about. The first thing that we're actually talking about today is simply amending Section 7.02.060, adding a new chapter to the Monterey County Code, which requires a business license and a vacation rental operation license for any short-term vacation rental in the unincorporated areas of Monterey County. That's what we're being asked to do. That's the ordinance. That's what we passed last week, or 2 weeks ago now, and that's what we're being asked to do. I think from what we've heard from the public, however, is that there are a number of amendments that people wish to see made. Both from the North County area, Pebble Beach was mentioned as well. And I want to ask County Council as well as my chair if we are going to have two separate motions. I believe that I'm ready to make a motion to approve the staff's recommendation of moving forward with our Title VII item now. And then I'm curious whether or not we would be able to have a second motion that would have us look at some of the amendments that have been mentioned.
You could adopt the ordinance and then provide direction through a motion to have staff go examine various aspects of the short-term rental.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And then by approving the ordinance today, we would be able to begin the enforcement activities that people have been really needing to have. They need to see that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And being able to start with the enforcement, I think, would be certainly one portion of that light. With that in mind, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to make a motion to adopt the ordinance, Section 7.02.060, and to approve the staff's recommendations.
Okay, and I'll happy to put that to a vote. I think I would like to explore a second motion following, and I have some comments on that. So I guess we can just put Supervisor Alejo.
Just two questions. One that wasn't answered on the fees for the temporary units from staff. They said they were going to work on that, but I didn't hear that anything changed on fees. And I think that was only the 900. That didn't include all the other costs that come with trying to get one of these online. But there was some conversations of staff 2 weeks ago that they would come back and try to adjust those fees for those types of units. And then the other part was the fees raised for the hotels, which was new. And that's always under a lot of scrutiny when all of a sudden you're charging a fee. There has to be a nexus or an explanation. And I don't know if we've heard a clear answer from the Treasurer's Office of why that fee is being added all of a sudden in the STR. Fee for the hotels is now all of a sudden being added for the STRs.
Morning, Supervisors. Christina Parson, Chief Deputy Treasurer, Tax Collector's Office. Currently, transient occupancy tax in our office, you are issued a one-time certificate upon commencement of business for a transient occupancy tax certificate. That certificate is never revisited. There's no annual check on that. For anyone that is operating a establishment where transients can come and stay, they are essentially collecting funds from the transient, holding them in trust until the remittance period to turn over to the county. Those are county funds that they hold, and then they remit the transient occupancy tax quarterly when it's due. So at this time, when our office collects transient occupancy tax, it's a flat rate charge to everyone who remits it and pays it. There's no designation in our ordinance to identify a short-term rental operator versus a hotel versus a Motel 6 versus, anything and everything in between. The short-term rental ordinance is related to residences, but there's a lot of variations in between that. The only designation that we have in our office is related to the MCTID. It's the Monterey County Tourism Improvement District tax, assessment that's added on by C Monterey. And then that goes by, so we get a lot of questions with respect to how much revenue from TOT comes from short-term rentals, how much revenue comes from your traditional hotels. We have no capability in our system as present to make any kind of information related to that. There's also been some concerns brought forward from the grand jury related to coordination between our office and HCD in terms of how there's enforcement. Our office, as it stands right now, if you're conducting the activity, we charge the tax, but there really isn't anything in terms of making sure that HCD is aware of who's conducting these operations, our office collecting the tax. So if you're going to say short-term rentals need to have a business license and that they need to have a permit, you're going to continue to have this issue where there's a disconnect between our two offices if there isn't something like a business license that establishes who's doing what. The fees I can speak to that we're going to bring on October 8th are relatively minor. For your traditional hotels, motels, the fee that we plan to bring forward on October 8th is $155 for the initial business license application fee. The renewal fee for those operators each year would be $73. For your non-traditional hotels, the short-term rentals, the fee we plan to bring would be $185 for the initial business license fee. The annual fee would be $103. Slightly more for your short-term rental operators because those are going to have rental compliance monitoring that helps us identify who those operators are that may not be registered and reporting. And the idea behind this is largely for the traditional hotels to be self-certifying, relatively benign process. I was speaking with Pebble Beach Company yesterday on the telephone to go over what these fees would be. And then to let her, she had questions because I know that there are many other jurisdictions that have, the majority of other jurisdictions, local cities, as well as counties that we looked at do have a business license for hotels or anyone collecting TOT. A lot of them charge based on different things. They charge based on gross receipts. They charge on, there's several different methods, but ours is just going to be complete cost recovery, relatively low, and for hotels typically to be more something like self-certifying upon annual renewal. But it gives us an opportunity annually to be transparent with the public that this person that you're providing the tax to is actually remitting and in good standing with the county. It gives us an enforcement tool for those that we need. We can revoke a business license. It provides coordination with HCD. And then the business license, will be something that can be posted on a website and reviewed by the public just to help with transparency. So I hope that clarifies a little.
I hear the explanation of how they would be used, but what do we predict among all the potential STRs and the hotels? How much would it generate? Because if I don't know how much staff times or FTEs would be doing this work, and if we're collecting in excess, then it begs the question: is what you're charging the right amount, right? Because you should only be collecting to pay offset that cost through this business license, and if you're collecting, I don't know, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, and it's in excess of what it costs to do the work that you were just describing, then I don't know. I'm wondering the constitutionality of that. If it's generating more, and what the service that you're providing for that is not as expensive, and then you have a surplus of monies that are being generated under this business license that are not fulfilling all the duties that you just described.
So the fees are cost recovery. We have taken a study and a look at the staff time, the staff that we would be working on this function, and then what they would be doing. And then mostly it's generated online. It's an online application, similar to the TOT application that the users would be completing online. A quick review for the short-term rental operators, it's routed through HCD, and then they identify that the permit's been obtained, and then back to us for issuance of the business license.
Okay, well, I'm just uncomfortable with that. I think I agree with one of the public speakers about needing more time to hash that out, to give that time, because it's not clear to me. We haven't had much discussion except today, I think, on this particular item. Even though it was raised last time, we just didn't have much discussion on it. So the question was for Craig, was just on the fees. Is that going to get changed, or is it going to remain the same? We just didn't know if there was any change on those costs.
So I think the cost of the operator permit for the ordinances in front of you, those were approved on 2 weeks ago at $965 for HCD's portion of that cost. So
no change, basically.
We will have to take a look at that and see as we begin implementing it, but that's the fee that was adopted for cost recovery based on the staffing and hours we anticipate needing for enforcement and processing of those applications.
Right. Okay. I just want us to be clear that then it's going to be cost prohibitive. So on paper, we're saying we allow temporary short-term rentals, but we're really not, because the fees are so high, and that will be a legal issue there as well when it gets challenged in court. So it just substantiated what I suspected. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I think perhaps I could just make a clarifying point.
Yes, please go ahead.
Because what we're talking about here really is not the fee study. What we're talking about is is simply passing the ordinance so that we can move forward with enforcement, as an example. But Luis, when you were speaking two things of this $11,000, there are only three types of short-term rentals. There's the commercial vacation rental, a limited vacation rental, which people can do up to three times a year, and then homestays. Those are the only three things that we have. The commercial vacation rental, those are the ones that have been, will have to get, if it's in the coastal zone, they have to get a coastal development permit. And that's where the $11,000 comes in. These are places where LLCs are buying these homes in the Carmel Valley, in the Highlands, in Big Sur, huge, huge homes that they've purchased. Some have had them built, and they're running events. They're doing weddings. They're doing, the kinds of places where if you want to spend the weekend, it's $10,000 a weekend. Those are the ones that are going to have to pay. This is not going to be prohibitive of the people who want to have a homestay. Those people will only have to have a vacation rental operator's license. And then, of course, the TOT, which the client pays. And then the limited vacation rental is if you decide up to three times a year you want to rent out your house and get out of town for a bit. They also have to have a vacation rental operations license. So there are different kinds of levels here. It's not that everyone who wants to have a homestay and help them, help out their financial situation has to pay $11,000 to be able to do this. So I think that that's something that needed clarifying. But what we're trying to do now is simply to have the ability for HCD and the treasurer tax collector to be able to communicate so that we are able to work through the tax collector to find the people who need to be coming into compliance who are not. That's one of the elements. But what we're really working on today is two things. One is to approve the ordinance as it was written, as we approved 2 weeks ago, so that we can start the process. We can start getting rolling on the enforcement component. And then, if we are so inclined today, there could be a second motion that asks staff to start looking at very specific things that we want to see covered in amendments that we could make to this original ordinance that we're attempting to pass now.
Mr. Chair, before we go to vote, I just want to clarify, because I think words matter, right? And so I just want to be clear, it's not only those wealthy that were big companies. It's like the family that was here last time who was very clear that they don't live here full-time because the father's in a home, and they've been renting out their home on holidays and other events, and more than 3 times a year. It will negatively impact that family. They will have to pay the $10,000 plus the annual. So I don't want to just create these generalities and say, oh, those are the only people it's going to impact. It's going to probably impact 90% of the current operators if they wish to try to proceed in getting them stood up. But again, as Luis pointed out last time, we know that most of those now live in or now exist in areas where they're not going to be permitted anyway. So we're going to have a take situation. But I just have to point that out, because that's part of the conversation where we're getting into nuance and where is it and where isn't it. The only piece I want to call out before we vote is the concern around the TID definition of how we got to the number of the impact on our TOT, because I know I'd been asking that question. I've heard everything from 3 to 7, and then we clarified last time it's probably around 3.5 to 4. But now I'm hearing, well, that data is not exact because we don't have a complete picture because we're using only the TID information. And so now I'm worried, now we're throwing it all back in and saying, well, even that number is not correct in terms of what the potential overall impact based on these reductions is going to be, because it will be reductions. So I just had to have that on the record before we go to vote.
Well, before we vote, I'd like to say a couple things too. But I also, if I remember correctly from a couple weeks ago, Supervisor Alejo, your concern was on the cost on those limited rentals in particular at $975, because that makes it difficult for somebody who's doing it 3 times to really do it. And so, I would be I'd be open for some direction to staff on those fees if you want to do a separate motion after this as well, and because I do think there's some concern there. My position on this is I agree with Supervisor Askew. This is really imperfect. It's not how I would draft it up, but I know there's some real problems out there. So I'm okay with voting for this to continue, but I think there are issues such as the one that Supervisor Alejo just raised about some of the costs. The bigger issue that stands out for me is I am really concerned, again, this is issues from some of the commenters and also from Supervisor Alejo too, about how this might impact on the housing market. I am really, really concerned about that out in my district, where half the unincorporated population it's a working population, where there's 2 or 3 people a lot of times into homes. Having that 4% mark it really is more than 4% when you're looking at rentals, and it has a real potential, I think, to cause some significant displacement. As I said last week, we can, for our housing, we can build new homes or we can protect the ones we have, and I think it's really important to be able to protect a lot of them that we have, and we need to look ahead at where there's going to be problems onto that. And that's why, while I say I'll support this as it stands, I'm also going to want to make a motion to afterwards, basically to put onto a future agenda consideration of in North County anyway of a possible limitation on the commercial rentals and the residential zones, with the specific consideration of the impact that would that the current this ordinance would have on, or even without this ordinance would have on the housing the market there. If there are no other, yes.
I just want to respond to Supervisor Mary Adams' comments, because the fees were included. Craig Spencer said the fees were included in our motion 2 weeks ago, so the fees are what they are. The $975 for the for what HCD is charging, and I am aware that there's the 3 categories. We've been talking about the whole time. The issue there is not, do I understand there's a different category? I do. Everybody does.
You kept referring to temporary.
No, but
short-term rentals.
yeah, there's a temporary. It's a commercial and a temporary. And most of them, what's going to happen is in those 4 areas where most of the commercial, what are essentially the commercial rentals, they're going to be prohibited. There's going to be a huge tax revenue impact to the county. We don't know what that number is, but I assume it's going to be over $1 million loss to the county, because fees that were being paid are now, after 2 months, if we approve this today, will stop being collected. The second category, the temporary short-term rentals, those are essentially prohibited too, because if you could only rent 3 times in an entire year, and you got to pay almost $1,000 in fees, you'd have to do 2-week or 3-week rentals to try to collect enough to pay what you paid in your annual that fee that you're paying to HCD, almost $1,000. So essentially, those are going to be prohibited in effect. And the only thing you're going to have left is the homestays, and the homestays are very few of the short-term rentals that we have in Monterey County. So you're almost prohibiting all of them. You're saying on paper, you could do homestays, but there's very few where the property owners are living on site while somebody's coming to rent their house. So that's why I'm saying. So for me, this is not a middle ground at all. This is a drastic prohibition on STRs in these 4 areas. Let's just say, be honest, that's what's happening. There is going to be a financial impact to the county where we're not going to be collecting significant numbers. There's, I think, 2 weeks ago, we heard there's almost 800 STRs currently in Monterey County. So these 4 areas are where most of them exist. So let's just put it on the record what it is, what the impact's going to be, and we're essentially prohibiting most of them in these 4 areas, except the homestays.
I think there needs to be a second to the motion that I made, Mr.
I believe Supervisor Askew did that.
Thank you.
With that, we'll put this to a vote then. All those in favor of the motion as it stands, which is to approve item 34, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The motion carries 3-2. And with that, I'd like to bring back to where my comments were earlier here, where I am concerned about be just a couple more minutes before the general public comment. Now, I'm sorry, sir. We haven't moved on. We already closed public comment on that. I'm sorry. And as I point out, I'm really concerned about the impact on housing, particularly rental housing available. Whether we had an amendment or not, this is a growing issue in areas around, and I think it needs to be addressed. And so, what I would like to make a motion on would be to have the item of a potential a consideration of further limiting or prohibiting the commercial STRs and residential areas within the unincorporated area of District 2 to be for consideration at a future agenda item, perhaps in October, I believe, would be feasible from my discussions. And that's basically the motion as it stands right onto there, that be considered, particularly with the housing issue. Yes, Supervisor.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you would entertain a friendly amendment to your motion, and that is to addressing what Luis had said earlier about, that we're going to be, pushing all of the short-term rentals in other places. My suggestion is that we have no commercial short-term rentals in the residential zones in the unincorporated area of Monterey County. So we would not go after the specific land use plans that we need to protect, and all of District 2, but we would be able to include all of the residential zones in the unincorporated area of the county.
So we'd essentially lose the $4.5 million in revenue on that.
I think it's an unfair statement to make, Chris, and I say that because we've not asked the staff to look into what are we really talking about as far as the finances go. You don't know what we're not getting, because we do not even have the scope of the numbers of short-term rentals that there are in my district. in Big Sur,
But we know
in
that not
Carmel
many are
Valley.
commercial. I mean, we know, so that's essentially everything existing.
Pardon me?
So
No, there are others. There are
right, but very,
homestays,
very, very few.
and
right,
there are
that
also
not in-
limited vacation rentals. You know, a number of limited.
But then with the cost of the program, I think you're going to end up in the negative personally, given the
We
numbers
don't
that I've
know
looked
that.
at over the last 10 years.
I appreciate your comment.
Yeah.
You're a smart guy, but I would rather see data based on fact than what we are conjecturing.
I would rather see that before we vote on the larger package, but we already did. So it's, again, cart, horse, doing this right after. I can't support that.
And if you're, it's common sense. If you prohibit more, you're not going to be collecting off of all those. And if the majority are commercial STRs and you're prohibiting them in more parts of the county, you can expect, it's common sense, you're going to drastically reduce the amount you're collecting in TOT from them.
Well, I don't care if we collect a dime from this program if it means we can provide more housing for the people in the county.
I agree.
And so, I mean, I'll take that as a friendly amendment that way. And I know you're wanting to consider the cost, but I want to keep the impact upon housing of just STRs in general, not just in the unincorporated areas, which I don't think has been fully addressed entirely.
Can I just give an example of what you're talking about? This wasn't even in my district. It's in another district. But I have a very close friend who had been renting a home for 15 years. She and her it's a very big, beautiful mixed family. And she was told by her landlord that they wanted to redo the house because they were going to have their daughter move in. And so this big family had to find another place to live. Fortunately, they did. The rent was $1,000 more than they had been paying. Fortunately, they could do that. But what happened is that instead of having their daughter move in, they took the house off the rental market and turned it into a short-term rental, where instead of getting what they were getting once a month for their rent, they're getting that every week. And that's the kind of thing that I think is really hurting our whole rental and for sale properties as well.
So I just want to point out that this motion is not to actually enact anything. It's to agendize so we get more data and information in a future meeting.
And I just want to correct, though, the position, what we just stated, though, it seems like, by my colleague, seems like a really anti-STR position. It's a hard line. When you say I don't care about losing the tax revenue if it means more housing, that's just not reality. We have half of Carmel are vacation homes. Most of those homes are people not living in them. So these are, if you could afford it, they will sit vacant and they'll just be your vacation home. And then you also ignore all the testimony that we know, and even the Coastal Commission staff has pushed back on this because they know that when you have STRs, you make it available more coastal opportunity, vacation opportunities for lower income families. A larger family could afford an STR to better enjoy the coast than staying in a hotel every day. I've seen that myself and in my extended family, not necessarily in our county, but in other parts of the county. So we just can't say those outright we can't overgeneralize that then puts this board in a position of ignoring what we know are valid concerns and what STRs do provide for visitors that cannot afford staying at hotels, especially when there's big events happening. Some of the hotels run between $600 and $1,000 a night. So these are real situations, and we have many big events that draw in large crowds where the rates are sky high.
And I can respect your comments regarding Carmel Valley. I do not know if that's true or not. I do know what's true within my district, and that there is already being some impact upon housing there for people. I've heard that, and I expect it to be increasing whether or not this ordinance is passed or not, and that's where my concern really rests. And because there is definitely a different socioeconomic demographic in District 2 than it is in District 5, and I think it really comes down to a greater housing need in District 2, and this is what I'm trying to address so we have a coherent policy going forth. And as I say, I don't care if this county gets a dime from anything. This county, if we could take care of all the problems of everybody in this county, we don't need any revenue. But one of the big questions is we got to find housing, and it's difficult to build it. I want to try to maintain what we have, and that's where my emphasis is. Did Supervisor ask you? Did you have something there? I wasn't sure if you're.
So I'm sitting with this, I'm listening to the conversation, I'm reflecting on all of the direct communication that's come to my office over the 2-year period or 3-year period that I've been receiving it. And I have to say I'm really, as I was 2 weeks ago, I'm really uncomfortable with taking something that's been publicly vetted with a 10-0 recommendation from the Planning Commission and immediately beginning to meddle with it. I feel good that we have something in place. I truly believe, having studied what is in front of us, the ordinances that we just passed, that the vast majority of concerns that have been raised will be addressed within the language that we now have in place. I also recognize that it is imperfect, and I think there's some sort of balance that I'm looking at. How do we get to making the additional amendments that need to be made? The one that I brought up last week, or when we first approved it, was, I think I would have been very comfortable having not the homeowner be required to be on site for the homestays, but to have a long-term renter appropriate. I think that would address some of the other concerns that have been raised as well. So the other issue that I raised last week is we've got a really long list of issues that our planning staff and our planning commission have to get through. I think if there's a compromise, I'm uncomfortable saying let's go to a full ban STRs. That wasn't the recommendation that came through from our planning commission after years of study. Maybe we get there at some point in the future, but I think moving into a space where we have more information, where we're able to continue gathering information about how well this ordinance is working, we're going to be better positioned then to make appropriate amendments once we have some information about how this is accomplishing the goals that we've set out to accomplish. So having said all of that, I hear the secondary motion on the floor is to have an item come back at a future agenda where we would direct planning staff to go forth with additional edits in whatever form those look like. I think I would be much more comfortable having the Planning Commission weigh in, having them hear that there is a desire, a stronger desire on this board today than there was when we sent it originally out to protect housing. And I think what I would like to say is, if we do send this back to staff, that we include some sort of conversation about where this actually fits within the rest of the priorities that we've identified. I've got a long list of District 4 long-term planning issues that we have very graciously said, hold tight, we'll get these other things addressed first. And I can't continue to, in good conscience to my residents, punt all of our needs to keep all of these other issues as priorities, because everything isn't a priority, even though we all have it. We have them, I think there's 50 items on the priority list, 70 items. There's many items on the priority list. So I can't support a direction as it's currently listed to bring back a recommendation to ban all STRs in the county. That's not something I could support. But what I think I would be comfortable with is if we could get this up and running, and in 6 months we could bring an update to the board that allows us to have some additional time to get some information. We'll see how many permits start coming in at that point. And then at that point, if we want to send this back to Planning Commission with a conversation about where this fits within the priorities that we really have in front of us, I think that's something that I could compromise on. I hear that there's many desired changes, not just what you've outlined here. And I think that if we're gonna fully vet all of those factors, it's gonna need to go back to the Planning Commission for the public input process.
It would have to go back to the Planning Commission without question. Any of this would have to go back. What we were attempting to do is get a date certain that we could have this agendized, so that we could have the more robust conversation around what we want to do and give direction to staff to be able to do that. I want to ask you a question, though, Supervisor Ruud, ask you if you are uncomfortable with limiting the commercial short-term rentals in all residential zones of all of the county. Would you be comfortable with doing it for the 3 that are most impacted in our district, in our county, the people who are so much more impacted than any other district, by looking at the Carmel land use, area land use plan, the Del Monte Forest land use plan, and the Greater Monterey Peninsula Land Use Plan. That would cover those key areas where people are living in nightmares, where they're the only house on the street that is not a short-term rental. And night after night after night, there are these loud parties with people coming in, parking on the lawns, and it's happening in my district, and it is not happening in the other districts so much. Supervisor Church is being very wise, I think, by trying to be proactive to stop what has happened in my district from happening in his district, and I certainly applaud what he is trying to do. But I can no longer stand back and watch the people who we know suffer what it is that they're suffering in their neighborhoods. They are afraid to have their children or grandchildren come over to play out in the streets because they don't know who's next door. These are not made up things, Supervisor Rudascu. These are absolute happening, and I get it from the people that not just call my office, but people I bump into at the grocery store who have story after story after story of what it is that they're dealing with. This is our chance to try to address those people, and I have to continue to try. And if you would be comfortable with my, letting all the other districts off the hook, but Supervisor Church wants District 2, and I would like to see the areas of the Greater Monterey Peninsula Land Use Plan, the Carmel Area Land Use Plan, and the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan.
So I know we need to get to a vote.
Yeah, but Supervisor Adam got to say a last word too.
Go right ahead.
I'll be brief. I think we all supported limits in some form, and we had hoped that it was going to achieve. I think this ordinance just went too far, and I just wanted to speak about our fiduciary responsibility. We should care about our finances, because if we look at what has happened, the state has a major budget deficit. Their funding streams are going to become more scarce. Cannabis has suffered in our county. The only two areas where we have generated revenue is property tax and TOT tax. That's it. So we should care, because all the costs of providing core county services, all the programs that our community asks for, they come with a cost, and they're getting more expensive dramatically. Healthcare for our workers has rose 10% from one year to the next. That's in the millions of dollars. So when we say we don't care about losing millions of more, we should. As a longtime elected official, I think that's one of our most important responsibilities, is to find those opportunities to raise revenues so that we could keep paying our workers fairly, keep providing the services to our community, doing more things that previously we were not able to do. And so that concerns me. We can't be oblivious to losing money. There's a way to do this right. Santa Cruz County, for me, is an example where they grandfathered in those STRs that they had. Their revenue, their complaints went down dramatically in Santa Cruz County. So there's some lessons to be learned by our neighboring counties that solved this years ago. And I think that their ordinances are more balanced. They're generating revenue. The complaints have gone down. There's not a big disagreement between hospitality and the STR community. So I just don't think we've achieved that, unfortunately, in this I see that as an extreme ordinance with a lot of prohibitions.
So this, I want to kind of point back to what's on the floor. I'd like to bring it to a vote, but it actually, what is on the floor is, it's not saying this is a motion to go bring back a ban. It says it's coming back to consideration. It's also taking into consideration with the information on housing, which I know that there have study after study has shown that every time there's STRs, the housing rent, the rents go up and everywhere. But it's also to address the costs, which Supervisor Lopez, Supervisor Alejo have raised too. So it's to bring back information so we have a better understanding on data, particularly on those two items, on housing costs, and costs and financial impact upon the county for consideration at a later point. That's what's here. Yes?
Just for clarity, are you asking staff to come back for a discussion, or are you asking staff to start the process to go to the Planning Commission and move forward with prohibiting commercial in District 2 and in Carmel, Del Monte, and Greater Monterey land use plans?
I'd be happy with either way at this point if we could just move forward at some point here and begin not put this away and ignore it. I think there's issues here we have to be proactive on and looking at the impact upon the people in our county. Supervisor Askew?
So I think where I'm at and what I would feel comfortable with, given the competing interests that are all at play here, and given, like I said, the public process that we've been through that got us to where we have an ordinance that we just adopted, if we want to come back in 6 months and take a look at where we're at and have a study session on how many permits have come through, the number, the housing issues, and the additional communities, if we want more information to work with, and then consider what we want to send back to the Planning Commission, I could find some middle ground on that space, but I'm looking at what we adopted, and Mary, you're not wrong. Like, that is the reality that people are experiencing, and no way am I discounting that or saying that that's not true. That is absolutely true. However, the ordinance that we just passed will address that. No more than 11 people can stay in a home. There's limitations on the number of cars. If people get their permit and they don't follow our rules because they have noise complaints, because they have neighbor complaints, because they have too many people on site, because they have too many cars coming and going, because any of the reasons, I mean, if they have outdoor fires, there's 1,000 things that are listed that would cause them to lose their permit and no longer be eligible to engage if they are a nuisance to their neighborhood. So if they're on a road that's shared, that's private, these permits are discretionary permits, and I think that we're going to be able to address a lot of the concerns that have been raised. The concerns you raised will be addressed in the ordinance anywhere that the permitting is allowed, and so I'm cognizant of the concerns that remain, and I'm cognizant of the time that we have limited. So if there's a third friendly amendment to the ordinance, if we want to set a time date to bring this back, I'll make a substitute motion that we bring this back in 6 months for a study session on how the ordinance implementation is occurring and what additional changes we might want to refer to Planning Commission. But I really feel strongly that we need to get this up and running, and that many of the concerns will be addressed. We'll have better information available to us at that point to make thoughtful recommendations back to Planning Commission so that they can be publicly vetted in the same way that this was publicly vetted. We've had a full opportunity for everything to be publicly vetted, for all the factors to be considered by folks who have tremendously more time than we've had sitting here at the dais. So I understand that that's going to make all the people unhappy, my position on this, but it feels like the only rational and reasonable step forward for me at this point.
It's 6 months is too far in my regard onto this, and if there's all these protections that are being put forth, I don't know why then that we're setting aside some areas where they're not even being consideration, because I think there's special problems there. I understand, but there's these considerations aren't going to be a stop all and to every problem around. I'd happy to go till sometime before Thanksgiving, sometime before the end of the year, however we want to do in coming this back, but I don't want to go 6 months. So anyway, I guess
Could you come up with a shorter time frame? Supervisor would ask you that you would.
I had proposed a year. When we talked about this 2 weeks ago, I had proposed that we get it up and running and come back in a year to make revisions. And I had a list of revisions that I would like to have considered as well. So,
absolutely.
But I think we need to get it going. And the best knowledge, the best work, the best planning team staff that we've got came up with something that we can get started with. So my compromise is 6 months. And in that would need to include a clear review of where this fits into the rest of the priorities that we have tasked our planning team with.
So I want to bring this to a vote, but I'll be open to just to change it if it's okay with you. The second that it be brought back sometime this year.
I would go for that.
Okay, and so that's the motion on the floor. We'll put this to a vote.
Sometime before December 31.
Yeah.
For clarity, this was your original.
My original motion.
With the amendment.
With the amendment.
Add those three.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? No. Okay. I'm sorry, what was that? Oh.
It was a 3 month.
It was.
Last meeting's December 10th.
Yeah, 3 months. Yes.
Just to bring the issue back.
Bring it back for the further discussion with that information.
Additional discussion.
Yes, for that information.
Okay, if we want to bring it back on December 10th, I can support that. I'll vote yes.
Okay, so should we have a revote on this? That's a little.
She hadn't voted yet.
I know.
So I think.
the count. Shit.
Yes, for December 10th,
We,
without any specifics, but to have a conversation.
well, yeah, with the conversations we've discussed here, the issues are important. Okay, so a motion passes 3-2. With that, we can move on to a general public comment. Is there any general public comment? Yes, please come forward, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Velasquez. I'm here in my capacity as an individual, not as a lawyer, not as a teacher, not as a pastor, and not as a real estate broker. It seems to me that fairness, the us against you, the poor community, and I'm in your district, sir, but I'm going to make my comments to County Council. I think this is going to be formal notice that lawsuits are coming your way. I have a track record of being participant in 1991, took the case of Lopez versus Monterey County. I say Joaquin Avila was the lawyer, but we won against the county 9-0, 96, and 98, 8-1. Lawrence, Thomas Lawrence, or forget that. No, the unethical justice up there. Anyway, that guy voted against us. Okay, Natividad Medical Center is being racist against poor Mexicans. Does not provide medical treatment to poor Mexicans. The Fermin baby case, look for the father if they even looked at him. I have a case in my office of a gentleman that came there, poor Mexican, no insurance, no medical. He was not treated. His finger got amputated. Let me see. Permit center. The permit center, it depends on who you know. And I'm talking about 71 Hebert Road. I made the offer to purchase that home back in a few years ago, and you can find some comments in the Carmel Pinecone. And I also have another compadre who lives on Middle Road, Middle Road. Difference in what they're able to accomplish. I know that a lot of political parties are held at Hebert Road, and I live at 656 Old Stage Road since June 1st, 1989 at 12 o'clock. I've been having problems for over 2 years. I haven't got to base one with the permit center. I guess I don't know the people. I'm not making any accusations, but something is wrong. I would like to know who's authorizing the work that's been done, allowed on 71 Hebert, and also on Rancho Cielo. Before Judge Philman,
Sir,
yes.
Your 2 minutes are up.
Okay, so the legal lawsuits are coming up. Counsel? Thank you.
Thank you for being patient as well.
Karen Cameron, concerned Salinas resident. Boy, it takes a lot of work to earn 2 minutes. I've been here over an hour. I got up this morning, looked at the agenda, estimated after your closed session you might have public comment about 10:45, but here I am now. Also, parking's a challenge. I looked at the agenda online, and it's different than what I have in person. There are items that you're going to be discussing this afternoon that I'm concerned about, and the public doesn't even see it. Case in point, the Nicola Anthony Incorporated affordable housing project that you're going to be looking at this afternoon specifically requested a waiver of less than 200 feet buffer zone. Next to polluted land. And I'd ask you, as you are decision makers holding stewardship for this county, to think 7 generations ahead. We're not even thinking 1. If you were living next to a field that was polluted with toxins, would you care if that were your family? And it's unfair to take people who are working in the fields, polluted all day long, and then expect that their family should be there. Now, I do want to point out that this one project is only one of many. It's not fair to just point out this one developer. This is happening across the state. I noticed there's no public comments on this, probably because it's so difficult to publicly comment. But the Ag Advisory Committee did recommend putting up a fence as a compromise, but I see that that's a real problem. We live in California where 130 pesticides have been banned in the European Union but are not here. Only recently, the EPA banned Dactol. That was one of 40 years it took them to ban any chemical, and pesticides need to be approached. This is a map of Salinas, the pesticide pollution burden, OEHHA. I will email it to you. I live right about here in deep purple. Anyone in Salinas, odds are you're in deep purple too. Please be concerned and make decisions accordingly in your land.
Thank you. And the public comment for the Nicola period will be at 1:30, and that's why. Is there anybody else in the chambers on public comment? Is there anybody online?
Brian Rosen.
Yes, Mr. Rosen, you have 2 minutes. Mr. Rosen?
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Yes, can you hear me? Maybe you can't hear me.
We can hear you, Brian. We can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. I just wanted to mention that if all of you will just consider eating organically, you'll be doing a tremendous amount for farm workers as well as your own health. And I also wanted to I didn't have a chance to respond to the young man who did the heroic service. I think there are a lot of people who would do heroic service like that. And I think there are a lot of people who aren't recognized. And I think that needs to be remembered. Not some people, maybe their parents are distrustful of the government, or for whatever reason, they aren't recognized and they don't come forth. I remember years ago, a little girl was in a shopping cart running downhill. The father had left her out there, and I guess I saved her life, and nobody ever gave me any appreciation. But I only have 2 minutes, so I better move on to rail. Every year, Henry Mello worked hard to bring back the rail. He introduced legislation every year. He didn't expect it to take 30 years. Right now, that seems to be the chorus that everybody's chanting. But we could do it in about 7 years. Now there's a surf busway that just happens to bypass the only section of Highway 1 that's 6 lanes. It's kind of weird. It's uncanny that there's this little short section of freeway that's 6 lanes. It's almost meant for a carpool lane. It's a perfect place, and where the traffic speeds up. And yet the busway would remove 16 acres of Isha habitat, be going at 55 miles an hour, frequently every 7.5 minutes if you count both directions. Endangered species are going to be run over. It's just too much frequency. It's too wide. It's not the answer. There's only an average of 545 people per day per year riding on line 20, but in that section, according to page 34 of the Coastal Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen.
Thank you very much.
A phone number ending in 082.
Yes, you have 2 minutes, please. 082.
Yes, good morning, supervisors. If you would work as hard to bring back the train as you have the surf project, we would not be having the traffic congestion we have today. Now you have voted, some of you who are on the TAMC committee, to pave over the railroad tracks. And you say that you can bring them back in a few years, 30 or 40 years. This is absolutely tragic for our peninsula. As you have heard time and time again, air pollution now from cars is causing Alzheimer's and dementia in children and adults alike. So our peninsula is clouded with an invisible shroud of these magnetites that are affecting our brains. And you supervisors, meanwhile, are voting to bring back a surf project that will only scoot a few people, local people. It can't possibly bring the thousands of people that are coming from San Francisco and San Jose, as they now must come in their cars. So what you're doing is suicide, and to our peninsula, to bring back development. You haven't at all challenged the governor for his illegal mandate of affordable housing, because it's not really affordable. all, it's a sham for building. And some cities are now standing strong and saying, no, we're not going to go along with you, Governor. And particularly this area, because it's so incredibly valuable to the rest of the world and the sea life that dwells here. And I've explained that ad nauseum to you many, many times before. And secondly, I'd like you to ask Congressman Panetta, and I have, to mandate that all schools
Thank
have
you.
to
Your
have
2
metal
minutes
detectors.
are up. Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else?
Ricardo Diaz.
Yes, Mr. Diaz, you have 2 minutes. On general public comments.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for all you do for North County. Today, I want to speak about the horrific occurrence that happened on Avery Lane in Prunedale last week. Neighbors and deputies have since stated that it had been going on for hours before police arrival. The suspect was yelling and pounding on the neighbor's door that the purge was coming. Due to staffing issues, the sheriff's office didn't have the resources to locate him. The sheriff's office asked for assistance from multiple agencies. When the SWAT team was activated, even though there is no SWAT team, the response team was piece worked together. This included the commander of investigation, who hadn't had formal SWAT training in over 10 years. It was pure luck that the suspect gave up and no one was hurt. Deputies or the public were not hurt. If this had been a school in an unincorporated area, what would it be like? I could only not even imagine. The community that you serve desires oversight. They want oversight. We want oversight. Please listen to your constituents. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else? Okay, with that, there's no other general public comments. We'll close general public comments and we'll recess to the Bronte County Sanitation District. May we have roll call for that, please?
Yes, let the record reflect all directors are present.
Are there any additions or corrections?
There are none.
There's one item on the consent calendar. Are there any general public comments on the Bronte County Sanitation District? I see none. First, we have a second? Do we have a second? A second. All those in favor, please. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. That will adjourn the Bronte County Sanitation District and call to order the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. Roll call, please.
Yes, let the record reflect all directors are present.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
We have one item on the consent calendar. Is there any general public comments? I see none. Motion? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We'll adjourn the successor agency, the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey, and call to order the Pajaro County Sanitation District. Roll call, please.
Yes, let the record reflect all directors are present.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
We have one item on the consent calendar. Any general public comments on that? I see none.
Second.
First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We'll adjourn the Pajaro County Sanitation District and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. The roll call, please.
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Water Resources Agency? Did I miss one here? Okay. Well, in that case, we'll call to order the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Oh, I'm sorry, it was the first one up here. Roll call, please.
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
And in front of me right now.
General public comments second, first.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's how many items of consent, but nothing else. So we have an item on consent, so I have it in front of me. And we have a motion to approve. Second. A second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. And with that, did I call general public comment on that? I'm not sure if I did. You did. All right, the vice chair did, so we're good. We'll recess. And now I think if my pages, still don't see that page. But anyway, we'll come back to the Board of Supervisors. And may we have a roll call, please?
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Okay, we don't need general public comments here. We just did that. So with that, we have item number 17, which will be coming forth here on the presentation on Salinas Valley Deep Aquifer Study. I hope everybody brought their bag lunch today.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. I'm Rick Encarnacion, Director of Environmental Health, County of Monterey. With me today is Ms. Sarah Hardgrave, Deputy General Manager, Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency, and Mr. Ara Asdarian, General Manager, Water Resources Agency. We're here to present the Deep Aquifer Study, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hardgrave.
Let's see if it's going to be the best way for me to maneuver this. Oh, thank you. Super. Oops. Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I appreciate the introduction from my county colleague and from the group of us that are here today that has been working on this issue and preparing this presentation for you today. Briefly, some background on this study. This study was first identified as needed in 2017 when the County Water Resources Agency brought forward some recommendations in 2017 related to this expansion of seawater intrusion that was identified at that time. And following that report, this board adopted an interim ordinance that limited the construction of new wells in the deep aquifers unless exempted by ordinance as an interim ordinance while the study was being developed. There was some point in time where there wasn't sufficient funding for the study, and that interim ordinance did expire. But then we did proceed as a group of agencies and funding partners with developing a cooperative funding agreement for the study in 2022. And in over a 2-year period, the study was prepared. We did have it reviewed by our the Groundwater Technical Advisory Committee that has a number of hydrogeologists, experts representing various interests and interested parties that reviewed the administrative draft. I'd also like to note for this board that Martin Feeney, who is a long-term advisor to the County Water Resources Agency, served as a senior reviewer to the study prior to its public release in May of this year. The funding partners that were involved with this report included the county itself, the Water Resources Agency, the Salinas Valley Basin, GSA, City of Salinas, Marina Coast Water District, GSA, Cal Water, Castroville CSD, ALCO, and Irrigated Agriculture. So the preparation of this study was funded by a number of parties, and we appreciated everyone's participation given the need for it. The purpose of the study was really driven by seawater intrusion, as I mentioned, in 2017, when the Water Resources Agency came out with their report. There had been an occurrence of new islands of seawater intrusion that had showed up following the 2014, 15, 16 drought years that really resulted in a more concern about seawater intrusion occurring further inland and separated from the existing intrusion front. And you can see in the darker green where those islands appeared. And we really need this study to help inform our overarching groundwater management actions in the Salinas Valley and to have a scientific basis for that management. So the deep aquifers in Monterey County, we use the term deep aquifers, plural. It's not a singular thing. It is a key source of water for both municipalities. The City of Salinas, Marina, Castroville, all rely on some source of deep aquifers as a source of supply, as well as agriculture. And it has been particularly important in the intruded areas. As seawater intrusion has progressed inland, it has resulted in new wells being drilled into the deep aquifers. So in this map and this graph, what we're trying to illustrate here is how extraction from the deep aquifers has changed over time. It was a relatively stable amount of water that was being withdrawn in the deep aquifers through about 2013, when we did have that drought period that led to more drilling into the deep aquifers. And we can see that the overall amount of extraction has more than doubled in the last couple of years. And then looking at the map on the right-hand side, what we're seeing here is that the Deep Aquifer study identified several different areas within the deep aquifers that may have different considerations for how we move forward with management in those areas. But the purple dots represent the urban extraction, the location of urban wells, and the green dots represent the location of agricultural wells, so you can see the distribution of those wells, and then the relative size of the circle indicates the overall volume of pumping that is occurring. And then looking at this graph, it's a similar graph. This also illustrates on the right-hand side the number of wells that are reporting pumping into the deep aquifers and the overall amount of extraction, and we can see how that has increased over time. That has been corresponding with observed downward trends in the groundwater elevations in the deep aquifers and an estimate of how much groundwater and storage is being lost each year with this current level of extraction. And we do know, as has been previously posited, the study finds that there is a risk of seawater intrusion from those overlying aquifers, as well as from the Monterey Bay, because the deep aquifers are in connection with the ocean. So some findings of the study: there was an estimate of a water budget. It found a deficit of the inflows and outflows, so the amount of water being pumped from the deep aquifers is greater than the amount of water that is estimated to be coming into the deep aquifers from inflows from both the adjacent areas as well as between aquifer layers. The chemistry of the water and the study found that there was no evidence of modern recharge. That 1953 point in time was when there was atomic testing that creates a signature and that was not detected, so we do not see any evidence of modern water post-1953 in the chemistry analysis that was done, and earlier studies had dated the water to quite a bit older than that. So we do know that there's inflow and outflow, but due to the depth, the distance from where recharge may be occurring, and the geology, we know that those inflows come in slowly. And so we don't consider those inflows to be recharge in the term of recharge as being usable within the time frame of management. This is different than in unconfined aquifers or shallower aquifers where precipitation and groundwater levels may fluctuate year to year depending on the amount of rain. We don't see that in the deep aquifers. So a summary of the conclusion, the contributions from the study: it developed a definition for the deep aquifers. It defined a geographic extent and created a hydrogeologic conceptual model for our understanding of what is the deep aquifers. It developed a water budget, and it made recommendations for both additional data collection and monitoring, and provided guidance for management based on the findings of the study. The summary of the current conditions is that this study did not dramatically change the conceptual understanding of the deep aquifers. It confirmed that the deep aquifers are in an overdraft condition and not being recharged at a rate that could be used and usable, and also that the deep aquifers are at risk of seawater intrusion. That is a risk of potential irreversible damage to those supplies. And we do believe that there is sufficient understanding and data coming out of the study to move forward with some types of management of this water source. There is an existing regulatory context for how we move forward with management. On the left-hand side, just to acknowledge that the Seaside Subbasin is adjudicated. We did find that the deep aquifers extends into the Seaside Subbasin. There are other subbasins that are, all of the subbasins are subject to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which provides a regulatory framework, and that we must meet those regulatory goals or address the adjudication requirements in the Seaside Basin. And there is a number of agencies that have jurisdictional and legal authorities to manage the deep aquifers, including Water Resources Agency, Monterey County Environmental Health Bureau, the Marina Coast Water District GSA, the Salinas Valley Basin GSA, the Seaside Water Master, the cities and the county. And we are working together collaboratively to determine the best path forward for managing both across the extent of the deep aquifers and with adjacent aquifers. So at this point in time, we have formed an agencies working group that consists of the Water Resources Agency, Monterey County Health Department, and the two groundwater sustainability agencies that have deep aquifers within their areas. We are in the process of reviewing several of the legal and policy issues that were identified by the study and focusing on understanding our respective roles and authorities for implementation of any sort of management actions. We're planning to develop a joint recommendation on how to proceed across the agency's working group, and also how to proceed with necessary monitoring. And we would like to return back to our respective boards with those recommendations at a later date. We do know that we have a number of the other funding partners that we want to have communications with. We would like to seek input from the Groundwater Technical Advisory Committee on how we continue to proceed, and that is where we are at this point in time. And so with that, our recommendation today is for this board to receive the study, and we would be happy to take any further direction. Thank you.
Yes, I have a question. Thank you for the report here. On the interim ordinance of 5302, I know that prohibited any of the wells in deep aquifers. Was that for any well, anywhere, for any use? Could you elaborate on that? Was that urban and rural use? I wasn't here at that time, and I also wanted to see if there were any exceptions made while it was in effect.
Yes, there were a number of exceptions included in that ordinance. There were exceptions for domestic water systems, and there were also exceptions made for replacement wells. So there were, it was focused primarily on agricultural wells because the urban systems were exempted.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate everything that went into the study. I think a lot has changed since the point that obviously we put this out there. There was unintended consequences, I think, when we rolled this out, in that there was a bit of a, for lack of a better term, land rush, water rush. When folks saw us going in this direction, fearful that they would never get a shot, they rushed to put in their wells. And from everything I've heard from partners throughout the region, because I mostly don't represent the area where these wells are, is that nobody wants to be down there, right? Because that water is so expensive to pull up. When you go down 3 times the depth of the higher aquifers, you're paying 3 times as much in electricity to draw it up. Those are costs that you have to put onto your product and push forward, and puts you at a business disadvantage. Understanding all those pieces, I think the context for the conversation has to continue understanding. We don't want to create unintended consequences, which is why I appreciate the direction requested from staff. The other piece for me in understanding the different elements that go into this is it only further emphasizes the need to look at a holistic approach to the system, specifically fixing those upper aquifers to keep that more cost affordable, the cost appropriate water accessible to community by implementing programs that allow us to recharge throughout all the different zones that are impacted. In doing so, we'll negate the need for folks to go into that deep where it is more expensive. So big picture, the work that we're already doing due to the GSA, right, and that's the act, not the agency, is going to help us really solve the problem. And I think that's where we have to continue to focus the efforts and our dollars, not wanting to create those unintended consequences of further land rushes and opportunities for folks to try to get down there while they can, knowing that replacement wells will likely always be allowed, and that's always a bit of a loophole. Understanding all those pieces and the impacts of those different elements, I think the one other point that I just wanted to throw on the table is a desire as we look at GEMS and really wanting to understand what's happening. We don't know what's happening in the deep beyond a study like this that really just focused in the Salinas area. And so understanding that, looking at the map, I see impact, or not impact, but existence of this aquifer all the way down into nearly Greenfield and abutting perhaps the Arroyo Seco GSA. So looking at that length of it, given the opportunity to create additional monitoring capacity to better understand what the lay of the land looks like underground here, to better understand the potential flow of waters and impacts from rivers like the Arroyo Seco, and knowing where the deep ends on this might be, the different topography underground, I think is critical. So as you look at, as you have the conversations about what the future looks like in terms of monitoring this, the ability to create that opportunity to, knowing that it's so deep, to drill that deep, anytime somebody goes down there, to create monitoring capacity, opportunity, and reporting would be great to give us that bigger picture understanding of what's happening underground. With those brief comments, that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else who would like to make comments before we go out to the public? Yeah, go out to the public? Yeah, okay. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak on this? No. Is there anybody online?
Norm Groot.
Yes, Mr. Groot, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Norm Groot for Farm Bureau Monterey, and I appreciate the presentation today. I think what this highlights is that we have an opportunity to collaborate with this working group. It's extremely important to the ag community that they be involved in the solutions that are proposed and that we avoid unintended consequences. So I think there is an opportunity here to find a workable solution for all concerned, and we look forward to the engagement in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elias Rodriguez.
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Elias Rodriguez.
Hi, good afternoon.
I'm sorry, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elias Rodriguez. I work with California Rural Legal Assistance, and we work with low-income farm working communities. Thank you, Assistant General Manager Hargrave, for the presentation. I just have a question about what is the timeline for staff of the relevant agencies to make recommendations on how to better manage the deep aquifer?
If you have any other comments, please go ahead. We'll try to address that after you're done.
Thank you. Yeah, that's my only question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else?
Pedro Enriquez.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Pedro Enriquez. I'm a Community Solutions Advocate at Community Water Center. We are a local nonprofit that's been working in North Monterey County and Salinas Valley to support disadvantaged communities in securing both interim and long-term drinking water solutions. Since the Salinas Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency was formed in 2017, CWC has been closely tracking the 180 400-foot aquifer to ensure that drinking water users, especially those relying on domestic wells, are protected and ensure that the agency upholds the human right to water. This summer, we submitted a comment letter to the Department of Water Resources analyzing the 180 400-foot aquifer and the deep aquifer study. Our analysis raised concerns about increased groundwater extractions from new wells, which has led to declining groundwater levels and potential water quality degradation. We urge Monterey County and the Groundwater Agency to act on this report to protect public health and safety. The deep aquifer study also shows that declining groundwater levels increase the risk of seawater intrusion, land subsidence, and water quality contamination. To address this crisis, we recommend expanding monitoring networks, prioritizing demand management, creating drinking water mitigation programs, and incorporating comprehensive climate change analysis into water management plans. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Christopher Bunn.
Yes, Mr. Bunn.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. Chris Bunn, president of the Salinas Basin Water Alliance. The Alliance appreciates all the time and work that's gone into the study. However, we're deeply concerned about the current product and the process. We've been asking for an inter-subbasin interaction analysis for 3 years now, and that still hasn't been done. And we totally get it. We're all waiting for the USGS model to be finished in order to do that analysis. However, without that inter-subbasin analysis, any study done, such as the deep study, is flawed and incomplete. All we ask is that when the GSA and the county make these very important decisions about water management in the valley, that they address the serious data gaps that they identified at the start of the process. The GSA made this commitment when it initially adopted the GSPs, that it would not institute any actions or projects until that analysis is done. The Alliance wants solutions and projects, and like plenty of other people before me have said, the valley's got plenty of water. We don't have a supply problem, we've got a plumbing problem. And the Alliance is committed to participating and figuring out what those plumbing solutions should be. We're committed to collaboration with the GSA and the county, and we expect the same in return from the GSA and the county. However, any concrete discussion of plumbing projects, of the deep aquifer, of demand management, extraction barriers, you name it, all of it's dangerously premature, especially given the significant flaws that the Alliance's technical consultant identified in the deep study. I ask that you direct staff to put the study on hold, that no conclusions or decisions are made from the study until the flaws identified in the study are addressed and the inter-subbasin analysis is done, as well as other data gaps are filled. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Chris Gwellian.
Yes, please go ahead. Chris, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Chris Guillen, and I represent the Salinas Basin Water Alliance. Yesterday, we submitted a comment letter and detailed technical report from the Alliance's hydrogeologist to this board. I'd like to start by reiterating that the Alliance is supportive of the equitable and sustainable management of the valley's water resources. As expressed in the letter and technical report, however, the Alliance has serious concerns with the deep aquifer study. In particular, the conclusions drawn in the deep aquifer study are not supported by the data contained therein. For example, the study concludes that the pumping has caused groundwater elevations in the deep aquifers to rapidly decline in recent years. However, the data shows that in 70% of the hydrographs analyzed, there's either no significant downward trend, a stable trend, or an increasing trend. Similarly, the simulated water budget in the study shows that groundwater in the deep aquifers flows from the deep aquifers into the 400-foot aquifer. However, observed data indicates the potential for the exact opposite to occur, flows from the 400-foot aquifer to the deep aquifers. The study also makes recommendations on managing the deep aquifers despite lacking any data from the southern extent of the deep aquifers, the most obvious location for recharge to the aquifers. These issues must be addressed before the study is deemed complete and management decisions are made regarding the deep aquifers. I'll conclude by expressing the Alliance's deep concerns by the lack of meaningful stakeholder engagement to get to this point, and as a pattern of technical studies and management efforts being undertaken without sufficient collaboration with stakeholders. A report is presented as final without any effort to respond to serious public comments on the report. This failure in process should be corrected on a go-forward basis where community comments are responded to meaningfully and not ignored. Thank you for your consideration of these comments.
Thank you.
Margie Kay.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Being a resident and property owner on the same property in North Monterey County for almost 50 years, I want to support the voice of community water, their comments and concerns. Thank you.
That's it. No more.
Okay, there are no other public comments, so we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Anybody want to start? particular? Supervisor Adams. Yes.
How quickly we forget. Just a couple of quick comments. First, thank you very much for the presentation, which was, once again, eye-opening. I can remember in 2017, I think it was Dr. Howard Franklin did the presentation on seawater intrusion, and I was shocked. I had no idea that it was as severe as it was, and now is, and is even more so. I have listened to what the comments are from the various stakeholders, and agree that there has to be a complete, not just the coalition of people that were listed on the slides, but that everybody needs to feel that their voice is heard. I also simply want to say that as I've looked at this from the Monterey Peninsula side, the water issues, I still believe that there is hope and that there would be a real purpose to have a regional solution to water in our communities. I think that's the only way for us to be sensible about it. And I wish in some ways that there were a solution that we would be able to agree upon that would, in fact, deal with problems that we have on the peninsula and the problems that we have in Salinas. We're one county. It seems that a regional approach would be wonderful. Thanks. That's just personal opinion.
Anybody else? Okay. Yes, Supervisor Askew.
Sorry. So thank you for getting all this information pulled together. I hear the ever-present reality that we don't have enough information, that we want more information. And I think that while that may be true, we are oftentimes having to figure out how to make the best decisions with the information that we have available to us. And there is a lot of information that we do have here. Through this report, our Salinas Valley groundwater basin study, I mean, we're collecting a lot of good data to help inform us in making the best decisions possible. And I think as I read this and hear the presentation and am hearing from community stakeholders, the piece that for me becomes just clearer and clearer and clearer is that even though we have these subbasins that we're working on, putting each subbasin into sustainability, the reality is it's all connected. We're not just talking about one subbasin here, one subbasin here, or one aquifer that's a 18400 or a deep aquifer. Like all of these things are interconnected in ways that we're only beginning to understand, and that as we work on projects and think about the cost of water, it's all going to come down. Like it may be cheaper to have free, low-cost water in the 18400. It costs 3 times that or more to get into the deep aquifer. Other water projects, such as desal or other solutions, are going to cost even more than the deep water. But how we maintain sustainability within the entirety of the basin, I think, is really the conversation that. And who pays for that? Like, maybe you have access to the cheaper water, but it's only because it's not moving around in the way that it's supposed to. We're going to have to really, I think, that's the elephant in the room that this, again, reinforces to me. So let's continue gathering the data. Let's continue thinking about how we build out solutions that are inclusive of everyone without, to the degree that we can mitigate those unintended consequences. But, looking at, there was a chart that was just up that showed the substantial increase in pumping of the deep aquifer. And we know that that's because there wasn't water available in the lower one because we don't have the higher one, because we don't have the water projects online yet to make those possible. So I guess I just reiterate the commitment for this board to continue to be a part of all of the stakeholder conversations and recognize that the solutions are not going to be as straightforward or simple as let's bring one aquifer or one subbasin into sustainability because we are so interconnected. So just acknowledging that reality, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to thank you for your work, collaboration that goes on. Yes, I know it's not perfect. There's areas that we can improve, but there has been a lot of collaboration on this. And I think this study just confirms what we know is happening. And I think we all got to take it with a lot of seriousness, and the leakage that's happening from the 400 down to the deep aquifers. But for the public, some of these concepts, they're new. When we talk about, for example, water budgets, what does that mean for ag? Because these are like concepts that I think take some time to get comfortable with, because I think they come with, I guess, down the road, some restrictions on what you can do when you have a water budget. But what does a water budget mean for ag? What does it mean for residences? And some of these, we have these different pressures to build more housing. We've had a lot of efforts to try to maximize water storage, and that's always been real difficult because it's so costly to do maintenance and much less to expand water storage out of reservoirs, for example. The state, when they had a major budget surplus, they do a lot of talk on water needs, and then when it comes to giving monies to local communities or partnering, you don't always get that kind of support. So just if you could just elaborate on the question about what is water budget, because I think it will have significant ramifications as water budgets get implemented down the road.
Through the chair, if I may, I'll take a stab at it, and I may look to Amy Woodrow from the Water Resources Agency or our consultant, Dr. Abby Ostavar, to help respond to this. But in essence, a water budget is an estimate of the total amount of water in an aquifer, the amount of water coming in, and the amount of water coming out. And it's a budget. We can think of it as like a bank account. We have so much water in the bank. We make a withdrawal, and then we make a deposit, and it isn't a fixed number, and it's a point in time estimate, because it does change from year to year as we get rain. That's an input into the water system, and then as pumping occurs, that's also a withdrawal that changes from year to year depending on the amount of rain or the amount of extraction. The water budget for the deep aquifers is an estimate of that total amount of water in that aquifer system. But I think that your question in terms of how does a water budget, what does that mean for our agricultural industry or for our communities? We do want to think about this in a bigger scale. We can think about it on an aquifer by aquifer, layer by layer kind of level, or we can think about it as a whole system. We can think about it on a sub-basin scale, or we can think about it on the basin scale. And those discrete ways of calculating the water budget, I think, sometimes can cause confusion because we're looking at different pieces of the budget or different accounts at different points in time. But as a management strategy, I think we do want to have a valley-wide approach, thinking about our water budgets as a whole. I would note in the Alliance's comment letter and in the comments today, this continued concern that we hear about, are we going to be managing the subbasins in isolation, or are we going to be managing as a whole? And the deep aquifers are not just in one subbasin. They are located in multiple subbasins, and so we do need to think about it in that holistic approach. We don't have specific measures that we're recommending to you today. That's part of a bigger conversation, but yeah, I hope that answers your question.
It is. Thank you. Just for folks that are just getting familiar with it, it's helpful to understand those concepts. And then the follow-up piece, when you're talking about management, once you know what your water budget is and all these different aquifers or subbasins, what the hard part is the management of that down the future. What does it mean? For example, we had some replenishment with recent storms. Our reservoirs have a lot more water. Some is released into the river. The river helps replenish portions of the aquifer faster. Sometimes not so much in others. But the way I'm just at some point the difficult questions are, how the GSA and the other agencies are going to have to carry out that role of sustainability and the management controls on how much, let's say we go into another extreme drought, when we know what our water budget is, what limitations are there. These are all new kind of policy and I would say like enforcement, I guess, under the Groundwater Sustainability Act, about what limitations do you put? What does it mean for the rich Salinas Valley, one of the richest agricultural areas in the world? And the reason I bring that up is, I've seen what has happened to other Central Valley agricultural communities. They're not so much on groundwater, even though they had to do some of that more of that during the last major drought. But they're on the state water system, so they get allocations of water. So a lot of these farms, they can only grow whatever their allocation will be. If they only get half the water they were expecting, they can only grow on a half of their farms. And in some communities, it had some drastic consequences. In Mendota, I always bring that up as an example because at one point during the drought, they had a 40% unemployment rate because a lot of the growers could not grow. So for me, when I look at the future of this, at some point, I know these are all the tough questions that are coming, and I'm just concerned what it means for our agriculture industry, our number one industry in Monterey County. What does it mean for the workforce? What does it mean for our nation's ability to keep growing food when we know the droughts are only going to get more difficult, more extreme? And we want to work towards solutions, but the money's not always there for us to allow us to be able to make those investments. And last point I would make is during, I think, last year during the storms, or 2 years ago, I think it was March of 2023, January to March, we released 80 billion gallons of water. Most of that went into the ocean, where we could have, if we had the infrastructure to capture more of that, these would be all part of the solutions that would help us to save more when it's the wet season, to help us during the dry season. So anyways, that's more of a comment, but thank you for your work. I appreciate it.
Thank you. One of the public commenters, I had mentioned a question about a timeline, which I don't think there really is a hard timeline, but we neglected to get that answer, so I wanted to see if you want to answer that.
So we don't have a set timeline in terms of returning back to each of our respective boards. We do expect that it needs to happen relatively swiftly, but we do want to be thoughtful and take some time to work together to really look at the guidance and work with our stakeholders further before we come back with a set of recommendations of potential actions to take. So we didn't have a set timeline, but we're not going to dilly-dally around for forever. The study took a long time to prepare, and now we have some good information for figuring out how to move forward.
Thank you for that. I do have another question. Maybe some Montgomery folks could answer that. But what is the overdraft? From what I read here, is about 9,000 in this these aquifers. What is the overdraft in the 180 and the 400? Do we have any information on that?
I did get an answer to that, although I will ask Dr. Ostavar if she could come up, but I can read you the response that she's helped prepare. So let's see. Abby, you're available? So the annual overdraft in the 180-400 is a little bit complicated by seawater intrusion. So it's not in the water budget, bank account analogy. It's not simply the amount in the bank and the amount being extracted and the amount being deposited, because the seawater intrusion continues to progress. And as seawater intrusion moves and expands, it's also reducing the amount of usable groundwater. So there's additional losses, and the calculation of that is not as straightforward as a simple plus minus. Abby, if there's anything you would like to add to that.
Sure. We're happy to follow up with the numbers. They're in all of the annual reports that we put out every year. Generally, what we see is a declining trend. So if you want to average them, around like 7,000 to 10,000 acre feet per year decline. But yet when we have really wet years, like we saw the wet year in 2023, then we can have an increase. Similar to groundwater level hydrograph, it goes up in some years, down in other years, and we're looking at what is the long-term trend there.
And so that's 7 to 10,000 for the 180 and 400, or 180
For those two aquifers.
combined?
Yeah,
Okay.
combined.
That's okay. Thank you for that information. So my comments on this is, I think nobody really wants to be digging into, drilling into, I should perhaps say, the deep aquifer would be a big hole to dig, that's for sure. I realize we really do lack a lot of data. We have all our monitoring wells at the northern end, and yet where these three aquifers, the 180, the 400, the deep, all kind of merge down in the forebay, and there's nothing down there. But I do understand we have a new well, I believe, in Gonzales, a monitoring well that was established just a few months ago. We don't have data quite on it. And there is another one, we're looking for another one down the forebay, is that correct? Do we have a timeline when that might happen?
So at this time, the Salinas Valley Basin GSA is proceeding with a number of new monitoring wells, and I believe there is one down in that area in the deep. But I'm going to turn a look to Abby to confirm that.
So there is an existing well that may be able to monitor that is below that aquitard, so in the deep aquifers. And then also we've requested support services from the state to drill that deep monitoring well. If that doesn't come through, then the SVB GSA has some grant funding that could be used for that.
So I think it's going to be really important for us to get that data, because everything we're testing is down at one end. And if there is any recharge, it's probably coming from the other end. And to really get a grasp on how much a recharge, what is a sustainable recharge, we got to get some gap into there. And I think that's going to be really important to have that information before we really look at have a better grasp on some solutions. But as we look at this, and in the use of this, what I'm concerned about all the uses that we're doing into the deep aquifer, both the urban and the ag use. It's I know most of the water in the valley is 90% for ag and 10% for urban, but when we look at the deep aquifer, it's almost as I look at page I think it was 97 on the report, it looked like it's more like about a 60-40. Is that correct? So we got almost 40% going for urban, which I find potentially really troubling, because if we get to a point where we feel we've reached totally unsustainable and we can't take any more, it's easy to set aside agricultural land. At that point, we just say you're not going to have it there for use. But if we're using this for urban use, you just can't cut it off. I mean, we've got a bad habit right now. We're like an addict drawing upon this on the deep aquifer for multiple uses. And to find a real solution to this, we've got to find a way to stop it and find some alternatives from both urban and agricultural use, in my opinion. Otherwise, we're going to be continuing to use it, and we're going to get ourselves into a deeper problem, no pun intended, at years down the line. We just got to get out of it, and we got to start looking at solutions that will deal with that at this point. So, don't know if I have any other comments onto there, but I do think we get some data, we might be able to find what a sustainable draw is out of there. Hopefully that's going to be possible. And is that just, we're going to have two monitoring wells down south? Is that based, the one in Gonzales and the one deep, or is there looking like more?
I think there will be opportunities to continue to improve our data gaps and look for opportunities to improve the monitoring network.
Okay, great. That'd be really important data. So I don't think we have to, you, Supervisor Lopez,
Just one final point, and that is that obviously the data that we pulled was not from these wettest years, right? We were from right before that window. And so I just want to encourage to the extent that we can, to continue to collect the data to analyze, because we're at this point now where if there is recharge, it's likely happening in the wettest times, which we just went through, but this report didn't include that. I know we saw some sort of some folks are calling it normalizing or stabilizing towards the end, which is sort of weird with that increase. So to me, that shows recharge from somewhere, but where and how, I think we have to continue to collect. We shouldn't just be looking at this during bad times, right? We should constantly be monitoring. So appreciate the work so far and look forward to what comes as we continue to do this work together. Thank you.
So I think the only action we need is to determine this is exempt from CEQA. We don't need anything else at this point. Is that correct? All right. Motion. Second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? With that, we can recess for a short lunch. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene the Board of Supervisors here for 1:30. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Hey, and Diego, will you please give us the Spanish interpreters?
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, eres intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And next item up is item 15, which is the Gonda Street Nicola property, and I'll let staff take it from here.
Could we show the? There we go. Good afternoon, Chair Church and members of the dais. My name is Mary Israel, and I'm presenting the continued hearing of the appeal of a Planning Commission split vote on PLN 200203, the Anthony Nicola project. As a quick reminder, the project is located at 124 Gonda Street in the community area of Pajaro, and the site is zoned high-density residential. It's got a maximum of 20 units per acre, so that's HDR/20. The site is 1.3 acres in size and is located adjacent to the levee on the southern side of the Pajaro River. The project is located within the Pajaro Community Plan area, indicated by the fuchsia lines on this site map. Adjacent land uses are residential and agricultural employee housing, as well as the Pajaro levee. This project brings much-needed agricultural employee housing to the area. The location is within a community area that was discussed in the 2010 general plan as a priority growth area, and it's zoned high-density residential, as mentioned, which is the appropriate zoning for high-density housing. However, during previous hearings, there has been opposition from neighbors due to concentration of similar developments, concerns about flooding, emergency response, crime, etc. A 60-unit with 8 beds each project was entitled for the adjacent lot in 2021, and that parcel is now shown in orange. As part of the motion to continue, the board requested additional information which will be presented by staff. 2 new comment letters were received after the staff report was prepared, and both letters were routed to the Board of Supervisors. One is from the applicant, and one is a flyer from a nonprofit based in Pajaro that spoke in the last hearing. Staff can share, if requested, staff can share response to these letters. Now we're looking at the project site plan. The project includes demolition of a small dwelling currently on the parcel and construction of 2 3-story buildings totaling 36,200 square feet for H2A housing is proposed in 31 of the 2-bedroom units, and a 1-bedroom with office would serve as the on-site management. The project qualifies for a density bonus with 2 incentives. Therefore, 3 of the units are proposed to be very low-income restricted units that must be filled with qualifying households. The total number of units is 35. The application includes a request for variance for less than a 200-foot agricultural buffer. So bringing us up to speed for the second hearing, the question that was brought to staff was, what would a possible use transition look like? If in future the owner wishes the project use to change, they will have to apply for an amendment to the permit, and the impacts of the change would be analyzed at that time. Special conditions of approval were applied to the project to monitor use as an employer-sponsored housing in the 34 units. County Environmental Health Bureau also issues employer-sponsored housing permits, which must be maintained annually. The applicant shall provide a copy of their employer-sponsored housing permit to HCD Housing on an annual basis. Now, although the owner was given the opportunity to offer the board a proposal for an alternative design or transitional plan, he did not wish to do so at this time. So staff investigated the differences between agricultural employee housing and housing not restricted to employees per the board's request. From a regulatory perspective, there is little difference. The regulatory path includes this discretionary permitting, density bonuses and incentives which are height and parking, a variance for agricultural setbacks, and CEQA analysis would all be the same. The distinctions primarily involve the anticipated occupancy of the housing. Agricultural employee housing can be occupied by domestic, year-round agricultural employees or by seasonal employees, usually for 8 to 9 months a year. The applicant is suggesting that the primary use of the housing will be for seasonal employees. Housing not restricted to employee housing could be occupied year-round by families or rented seasonally with approval from the environmental health, as can any other dwelling unit. Housing of seasonal employees would allow up to 8 people per unit for the 8 to 9 months of the year. Housing not seasonal would likely mean that a family occupies each unit year-round. In Pajaro, the average household size is 4.4 persons per the current Census Bureau data. Parking pressure on the neighborhood would be different because H-2A housing is focused on persons with temporary work visas who usually do not have cars in the U.S. The program would require the lessee of the Gonda Street buildings to provide transportation to and from work. Therefore, as long as the project is affiliated with the H-2A program, no pressure on street parking is expected. If the housing were unrestricted, although the owner would have a right to the density bonus and fewer parking spots than Title 21 specifies, which is 78, all 56 parking spaces proposed in the project could be expected to be filled, and there would be potential for overflow. Where this overflow could go could be onto San Juan Road, where there's parking allowed on both sides of the street. However, if the owner is granted the project entitlement as it is proposed, a change to unrestricted housing would require an amendment to the permit. Staff would anticipate a proposal for parking to meet the needs of unrestricted housing at that time. This could be in the form of additional property with parking on it, construction of a parking garage, internal remodel to expand the size of the units and thus reduce the number of units requiring parking, or something else. Finally, directly related to the occupancy is traffic. Traffic in the case of seasonal employees occupying for up to 9 months a year and the use of shuttles adds significantly less traffic annually, while unrestricted housing would add more trips and more traffic throughout the year. Note that the initial study found that traffic related to a maximum occupancy of the 36 units would not exceed the capacity of Gonda Street. And I am showing a slide that we already looked at, minus a few arrows. This is from our previous presentation to the board to relate how traffic is within the capacity expected of this tertiary street. So draft mitigated net negative declaration, or MND, for PLN 200203 was prepared in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. The document reflects the independent judgment of the county. All pertinent issues were analyzed in the MND. Potentially significant impacts were identified and 10 mitigation measures were recommended. The MND describes conditions of approval that ensure less than significant impacts through application of county and state regulations as well. Mitigation measures are for safe and orderly evacuation, if needed, through a project-specific and emergency action plan. Another measure is for a sewer system assessment on Gonda Street to serve the project, and if improvements that are required, the applicant shall cause the work to be done. 2 mitigation measures ensure that cultural and tribal cultural resources are not mishandled or destroyed during excavations. 6 of the mitigation measures ensure avoidance of biological resources which were not identified on the project site but have the possibility of being in the area. 3 comments were received. Staff found some of the comments would best be handled with responsive errata edits in the text of the initial study. Responsive edits are in a redline version of the ISMND attached to today's board report. It is this version which staff recommends the board adopt. The MND demonstrates that with mitigation measures and conditions of approval, the project effectively addresses all project issues and will mitigate all potentially significant impacts to less than significant levels. So we already looked at the appeal bases, but I wanted to run through these for people who are attending here who weren't here at the previous hearing. The history of this project is that only 6 members of the Planning Commission were available to review and vote on the project application. They voted a motion for approval as proposed. However, they could not achieve a majority vote for approval, and no substitute motion was made. After additional deliberation, they found that they would not be able to achieve a majority or on a denial vote either. The Commission resolved to memorialize the split vote pursuant to Section 12 of the Planning Commission bylaws. The personal reasoning which was conveyed by each of the voting members was memorialized in Resolution number 24011, attached to the staff report. County clerks received a timely appeal which argued against the findings for denial and the in-hearing discussion that supported those findings. The findings for denial are shown on this slide. The appeal also included a section about how the project embodies the county housing element policies that promote agricultural employee housing. Staff found the project does comply with housing element policies. However, other factors are taken into account when discretionary decisions are made on projects. Discussion of the project at the first two Planning Commission hearings included commissioners' statements that H2A housing of individual workers is less appealing than farm worker housing for complete families. However, that is not something that is distinguished in this permitting. The appeal highlighted that in order to deny a housing project such as this, specific written findings must be made based on a preponderance of evidence in the record that the project will have a specific adverse impact upon the public health and safety. Should the board deny this project, specific findings would need to be made on a denial resolution. For these main points on this and the previous slide, a finding has been made by staff in the prepared draft board resolution, which supports the appeal because technical reports indicate that were prepared by outside consultants found no physical or environmental constraints that would indicate that the site is not suitable for proposed uses as mitigated and conditioned. The MND and the draft board resolution before you demonstrates the project complies with all the pertinent 2010 general plan policies and Title 21. The board inquired whether the applicant would contribute to the Pajaro Community Services District to support a Pajaro Park. They are willing. In preparing for this hearing, staff wrote a condition of approval as shown on the top of this slide. It specifies that the donations shall be made starting in 2025. The applicant requested that the condition be rewritten such that the first annual donation is due after the buildings are finalized, and that's a building permit being finalized. Staff is amenable to this change. The language of the condition as updated is shown in strike-through and underline on the bottom of the slide. Staff recommends that the board support the appeal by Anthony Nicola Incorporated, adopt the MND, and approve the combined development permit as proposed. Staff requests that the errata change in condition number 36 be included in the motion to adopt a condition of approval in mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. This concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lombardo, are you wanting to do a presentation for Mr. Give you 10 minutes on there?
Way more than enough. We can go to my PowerPoint, please. Thank you, Chair Church, members of the board, Anthony Lombardo. I'm sorry I couldn't be here last time, but I can't be at two public hearings at once, no matter how hard I try. The staff has already, next slide, please. Explain next slide, please. What the Housing Accountability Act requires, and it requires that there be specific findings for denial based on identified objective and adopted written public health and safety standards. As staff has explained, there is no such standard that this project violates. Next slide, please. At the last hearing, there was a reference to a 1990 study, 35-year-old study regarding transient crowding and crime. We reviewed that study after last hearing, and the study doesn't appear to be that relevant to the project before you. It has analysis regarding crime involving tourists, college students, shoppers, and others where there are opportunity to consume alcohol, meaning bars and restaurants, and the presence of interstate highway exits. Clearly, none of those are applicable here. Next. We did find a 2021 Montana State study about the correlation between seasonal agricultural employment and crime. And as you can see from the highlighted sentence, it says that there is not criminal activity or an increase in criminal activity that is a result of people coming here to work in the agricultural industry. Next slide. The questions were also asked last time about the traffic study. In answer to those questions, the sidewalks were analyzed and the pedestrian traffic capability found to be adequate. There was a question about the road diet, which is an interesting euphemism for going from 4 lanes to 2 lanes with bike paths, and the report analyzed those as well. Next slide, and found that there was no impact from the change of configuration of San Juan. Parking, the project, as staff has described already, is an H2A project which has employer-provided transportation and generates very few traffic trips compared to a normal residential development. And the initial study also analyzed the effect of that additional traffic and parking on Gonda and found it to be not significant. As to the possible alternative of non-H2A housing, honestly, it's not economically feasible to build because you can't provide housing for this many people, and in this case at no cost to those people, by building non-H2A apartment units. The state of California in 2018 concluded in the Salinas Valley we needed another 33,000 housing units for agricultural employees of all kinds. This is obviously a small fraction of that, but there's no question there's a desperate need for it. And by providing housing in dedicated H2A housing units, you're using up fewer non-H2A housing units that could be available to others to rent. Your own housing element, which you just adopted, next slide please, states that there is a serious need to provide agricultural farm worker housing of all types. Next slide, the Monterey County Farm Bureau was kind enough to write a letter confirming that need. So in conclusion, next slide, there are no significant traffic impacts. There are a lot of project community benefits to provide housing for low-income farm workers. There's no evidence that the crime rate will increase, and of course there's also no evidence that would allow you to make a finding for denial. The applicant is willing, if it is the board's desire to rent, if there is a lack of H2A housing, they're certainly happy to rent the units to anyone. I don't think that's going to happen, but we want, if the board would like to give us that opportunity to do that, we're happy to do it. There has been concerns. We received a letter from adjacent community group concerning what benefits could be ascribed to the community, and the applicant, as I think we described last time, is willing to donate, as staff has mentioned, $60,000 towards a community recreation improvement. It's my understanding that I think it's the middle school in the area is doing a park or a grass field enhancement update project that sounds like would be a benefit to the entire community, and we could donate through maybe the community foundation specifically to that project. And then finally, in regards to the Gonda Street, we have conditions that have us restriping and doing some painting on Gonda where it reaches San Juan. But I think just to make sure that the project doesn't have a long-term impact on Gonda Street, once we're done with construction, the applicant is willing to fund a chip sealing of that street in order to make sure that the surface of the street is in a better condition than it was when we got there, or before we started. So that's all we have. Mr. Nicola's here. We'd encourage you to support the staff's recommendation of approval of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Just on one comment there regarding the chip sealing on the road, which I appreciate the offer onto that. I believe Gonda Street is scheduled for paving in the next couple of years anyway.
All right, well, I didn't know that, but maybe you don't have to do it if we do the chip sealing. It does, the street surface does appear to be fairly good condition. It's not, it's a hell of a lot better than some of the streets in Carmel, I can tell you, in terms of its surface.
The Susan Street, after the project was worked on there, did get some noticeable cracking, but as I say, there is plans for that.
Yeah,
there. So
if we do any damage to it, we
wanted
want
to
to
just point
fix it.
that out. They have a question for staff there. Mr. Lombardo referred to that, case H2A housing couldn't be filled, that would be open to opportunity to allow non-H2A housing. Would that require something different than we currently are looking at here? If they have it built and then they put it up and that isn't being found, what would be the steps at that point?
Chair Church, the permit is for agricultural employee housing. That's the only kind of permit that we offer. The H2A housing permitting is through the federal government, and so the permit would remain the same if the units were filled with farm workers from this area.
I want to make sure I understood what Mr. Lombardo said, but I think you said be open up for the community. Is that correct, or would we just be agricultural employees?
So if
I just wasn't sure quite what he said.
Correct. I understood at the last hearing there was a question about could we make this available to non-H2A tenants? And the answer is yes. If there's not a demand for H2A tenancy, then we would be willing to open it up to the community, and we have to comply with the inclusionary housing ordinance, and with so many low, so many very low, so many moderate. But that is an alternative. As staff mentioned, we have a limited amount of parking, so we'd have to operate it in a way that didn't create a problem for the neighborhood. But I think Supervisor Lopez at the last hearing asked if we would be willing to consider other tenants, and the answer is absolutely yes. If there's not a demand for H2A, we would open it up to other tenants to make that housing available for anyone, consistent with the inclusionary housing ordinance.
Sure, that's what I thought. So then that would bring back to my question of what we would need to do at that step.
Yeah, so the resolution in front of you is for agricultural employee housing unit, and it's restricted to that right now. So that's at the request of the board, we did an analysis of what it would mean to have it unrestricted. It could still be used as agricultural employee housing with an employee housing permit from environmental health. But if it's not restricted in that way, they could also make it available for housing. But what's in front of you is ag employee housing limited to that specific use.
I just want to make that clear more for the public than anything of what their options were. Does anybody any questions before we go out to the public? You have some questions? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I wasn't here on July 9th, but I did take time to look at the entire hearing of July 9th, the presentation that you just made again, and all the public comments that were made. So I just want the public to know that I did hear everything. It's fresh on my mind late last night. So several questions. First of all, why did this item, I always talk about the efficiency of government. Why did this item come up on July 9th? Because I know I was going to be out of the country. I specifically asked that it be postponed because I know the last farm worker housing project in Pajaro, right next door, was a 3-2 vote. I requested it. I think the applicant requested it that be postponed due to my known absence. Why did it get placed on the agenda anyways? Because here we are doing 2 hearings, spending county resources, bringing the public twice, when we could have easily achieved this in 1 hearing when all 5 supervisors were here. And the other comment that you could add, and then the coastal commission, the planning commission had a split vote, and this is just for planning purposes, how to make meetings better for the public, and when you could have the full participation of the planning commission. Some of the planning commissioners had informed me they had told staff that they were going to have to leave early that day because they had to go pick up their kids. Another one had to go coach. Usually the meetings are start in the morning. This was left for the late afternoon. And so you had some commissioners leave. So it didn't allow that body to have greater participation only because of the timing. And I know staff had mentioned that they try to do it in the afternoon, but then the offset of that is that you lose commissioners, and then you have the problem that we've had in having a split vote. So anyways, I just want to raise those. What happened here? Why are we having to do this twice?
So there are a lot of moving parts on both agendas and their timing. So with the Planning Commission, we sent out multiple doodle polls trying to get enough commissioners to have a quorum for an evening meeting. We did that for Susan Street. And we found that there was much more participation from that community in the evening hours when people are off work and can attend or participate via Zoom. We could not get a quorum together after multiple attempts, so we put it on an agenda in coordination with the applicant, not wanting to delay it further and not having any success getting an evening meeting together. We had a quorum for that meeting and had it on the agenda for that meeting. The quorum stayed intact once people started leaving in the afternoon, and ultimately the reduced number led to the vote that was appealed to you. So it could have been done better, but it wasn't for lack of trying. And then on the appeal, we have legally 60 days to have the appeal hearing unless the applicant agrees to continue that for a certain amount of time. There was a request to delay it. We did speak to the applicant, and due to a number of timing conflicts, it would have been month, 2 months later. So there was a desire to continue forward with that hearing, although it resulted in being here again a couple months later anyway. So a lot of communication with the applicants and coordination on agenda items and their timing.
Well, I just want this to be an example because I requested it, the applicant requested it, and somehow it was still put on the agenda, and here we are having to do this twice. I just think that's an inefficient use of our time and our resources.
The applicant did request it initially, but changed their mind after consulting with them.
Okay, good. Oh, well, that's good for me. I didn't know. I heard that they made the request to change it. The other thing was, a question that came up in the last hearing was, do these units count as very low or low income units of housing for our regional housing needs assessment, our RENA purposes? And you had explained that they do not account, they only count as moderate housing because of the combined incomes of the several workers that are living in each unit. The reason I bring up this point, and I reached out to Annette Diadamo, our legislative program director, because I think that's a good legislative idea for next year to incentivize cities and counties to build this type of housing. Is if it counts towards the RENA numbers for very low or low units of housing, then, which is the hardest to achieve, that maybe it'd be another reason why local governments would support this type of housing. So I hope that that's one bill idea we could ask our legislators to carry, so that these units, these 35 units, would count as, except the manager's unit, would count as meeting our numbers that are the most challenging for us to achieve. So I do want the other two things I wanted to raise was what Mr. Lombardo raised on these community benefits. I like the fact that they're offering to repave that street. I drove through it yesterday in the evening to see what it looks like when people are coming home from work. It's a very busy neighborhood, working class neighborhood. It's in decent shape, but it's kind of rough on the surface, so certainly doing the chip seal, I think, would be a benefit for that entrance. And it is about a 3-block distance to the site itself. So I like that. I think it would be a benefit and improvement to the neighborhood. But to the other community benefit on the payment, on the other project next door, what was it called? Rio Vista. I think they contributed $125,000 to the Palo Sunny Mesa district I think that was the number, if I'm not mistaken. And that was for 361 units of housing. And so so they got money there. I think the County Board of Supervisors, I think, gave them $35,000 2 years ago. And I think they're also qualifying for money under the state grant for Pajaro Park and the parks in Pajaro. So I know there's another need because Supervisor Church and Supervisor Hernandez and the superintendent were at the Pajaro Middle School opening. And they're fundraising now because when we got the state grant, the school district had asked, because they're trying to construct 2 artificial fields, they're fundraising now for it. But they got no money. The school district was the only entity that didn't get any money because we pulled them off the list. I supported it, but here's an opportunity I see for community benefit to support this fundraising effort that they're undergoing now to build the artificial fields. And I spoke to the Superintendent Contreras. She's a new superintendent for Pajaro Valley Unified School District. They would welcome the resources. It would really help them, they said. But they're also going to enter an MOU so that those fields will be open to the public. It will not only be for school activities, they will be for the community. So knowing that the need is there, knowing that the fundraising effort is going on now, and also understanding that they didn't get any money from the state grant, I think this would be an opportunity to hopefully encourage the resources to go to this cause here. I talked to Dan Baldwin yesterday as well. He's open to facilitating that with the project applicant. But that I just wanted to say that there was another need there. I think it's a nice opportunity. But to the amount, how do we come up with? I think it's only about 64,000. Where I think it should be a little bit more for doing it proportional. I know this project is smaller, but if we're doing it proportional to the 125, I think it should be a little higher than the 60+ thousand.
Through the chair, I did do the math based on the per bed count. So I went from the 360 to the potential for 250. And that was 25 for the 360 and then reduced it to this amount. I thought that the math was right. We can double check it.
I think if 250 divided by the 360, that's like almost 70%, right? It's 70% would be 30% less, right?
I think what we attempted to do in negotiating that language in the condition, which we can modify from Pajaro Sunny Mesa to the school district if the applicant agrees, is we calculated the number of potential residents in the Susan Street project, came up with essentially a per person unit value, and then multiplied the total number of people on this site by that per person unit. So we did take the 100-some thousand that Susan Street project proposed, broke it down by how many potential people could be occupying that, came up with a per person, and then used that to calculate this project. And if the math is wrong, we're happy to stand corrected. Yeah.
And the reason why, I think it's 100
Okay.
It's 110 workers less, right? So I think that's a 30% reduction.
Okay.
So it should be a little higher, I would say, than the numbers that came up that were brought up last week. So I'm just saying, I want to make sure if we're going to do something proportional in the size of reduction, that there is a potential here to give a little bit more towards this effort. And I know the school board members would appreciate this effort because it has been difficult to fundraise, but they have fundraised some. The Monterey Peninsula Foundation recently gave them a grant towards that, but they're saying these projects are very expensive, the construction expensive, and so they're very much welcoming if today we could consider them this time around for this community benefit. Those are questions I have, comments, but I'll wait till after public comments to say more.
With that, we'll turn to the public for public comments. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak on this? Yes, please come forward. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Church and board members, and Sonia. I am Sister Rosa Dolores, Director of Casa de la Cultura in Pájaro. I'm also the chairperson of the Pájaro Disaster Long-Term Recovery Alliance, a consortium of nonprofits serving Santa Cruz and Monterey County. Thank you, all of you, supervisors, for all the work you do for your own districts and, of course, for the county. Today, all of us are hearing about the needs of housing all over, not only here, but in the nation. Well, by 1995, since 1995, I've been in Pájaro 30 years, and I've only seen 2 units built for Pájaro. Today, we are here under the Anthony Nicola project, housing project. We have a wonderful opportunity. You all have a wonderful opportunity to bring something beautiful to Pájaro. Not only for the H2A for workers, but we have most of our community in Pájaro are farm workers, family farm workers that are in need of housing. We're asking your consideration to help Mr. Nicola become a hero to our Pájaro community, to help us, the much-needed farm worker family housing. Half of the units suggested, that would be great. Finally, being right about the mandate that can be flexible, I understand, never outweighs doing the right thing. And the right thing right now before Mr. Nicola's office and organization is helping us with the housing issue in Pájaro. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
By the way, I have a newly minted citizen here today with us, a couple. Thank you.
Yes, please come forward if you'd like to speak.
Buenas tardes. ¿Me ayuda? Gracias.
Good afternoon,
Honorable Mesa de Supervisores.
Honorable Board of Supervisors.
Mi nombre es Cristina Negrete
My name is Cristina Negrete.
y estoy aquí para hablar del proyecto Nicole
I'm here to talk about the Nicole project
y dar mi opinión.
and to give my opinion.
Estoy aquí representando a mi familia y a más familias que debido a que están trabajando no pueden ellos asistir.
I'm here representing my
esta hora.
family and other families that could not be here because they're out working.
Les pido yo que haya mitad de viviendas para familias.
I ask you that half of the family residence will be for families.
Pues como ya sabemos, ¿verdad? Existe mucho la necesidad de viviendas.
As we all know, there is a desperate need for housing.
La mayoría de familias trabajan en el campo.
Most of the families work in the fields.
También estoy aquí y las demás familias porque tenemos miedo por la inseguridad.
I'm also here and on behalf of the other families because we are scared due to the insecurity.
Y en esa calle, que es la calle Gonda, no hay banquetas.
In that street, which is the Banda Street, there's no sidewalks.
Por ahí caminan los niños, los jovencitos y familias.
There's young children, teenagers, and families walking.
Y tienen que bajarse para caminar por la calle,
And they have to step down to walk along the side of the street.
ya que el lugar de la banqueta, ¿verdad?, se ha convertido en parking de carros.
Since the sidewalk has been converted into a parking for cars.
Yo los invito, ¿verdad?, que pasen por la calle Gonda y vean que lo que les estoy diciendo es la verdad. A cualquier hora es parking.
I invite you to come over and walk along Honda Street because at any time it's always parking.
Así que yo les doy las gracias por este proyecto porque realmente, ¿verdad?, Pájaro ha estado olvidado, pero con este proyecto, ¿verdad?, pues va a traer beneficio.
So I thank you for taking this project into mind. Pájaro is being forgotten and there's going to be some benefit from this project.
Pero también les pido que reconsideren, ¿verdad? Ese trabajo de las banquetas.
But I also like you to reconsider the sidewalk need
Y que piensen en la comunidad.
and that you think about the community.
Así que muchas gracias.
So thank you very much.
Hello, Supervisor Church and board members. I am Lorena Weldon with the business group and the community of Pájaro. So the reason I'm here today is just to ask you, please, when any projects are put in front of you that has to do with Pájaro, I'm going to ask you to please take the time to go to our community, to talk to us, to meet with us, present the projects, because you have the responsibility when you're making a decision that you're making a very intelligent and informative decision. You have, the only person that we have seen is Supervisor Church. He has met with us. He has gone to meeting with us. He has met with the business. He has met with the residents. He has met and met and met with us. I haven't seen anybody else there. And so it's really sad to see that you, today yet, you will be making decisions for Pájaro, and you haven't been there. So before the flood, we were quiet. Nobody ever came and said anything about your decisions. But today, I'm here to tell you that we're very much listening. We are a very united community, and we will be coming, we will be listening, and we'll be expecting you to come to us when you have projects that you will be voting on. And do you understand that your decisions have direct impact with community members, people's lives? It is not just a decision you vote, yes or no. Numbers that are being presented to you by your advisors, there's people that live there. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the chambers?
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Norm Group for Farm Bureau Monterey. Been following this process a long time now, and I want to thank Mr. Lombardo for highlighting our letter of support that we wrote a long time ago. Housing needs are really important here, and it was highlighted a number of times in this morning's session, even on the two long discussion items that you had. And all the reports that I read show that H-2A housing is going to be needed because we're going to need more H-2A workers. That's just a fact of the labor supply at this point. We have a number of ag housing successes so far. Look at Spreckles Crossing and Baranda Crossing and others where we had community uproar over the proposed projects, and none of the items that they surprisingly were so upset about ever took place, including the crime that they presented. I think it's important that if this project meets all the requirements of what we do here in Monterey County for approving permits, that it should be approved and it should move forward. We need the housing. It improves the neighborhood in that area. And really, I support the appeal and the project here. Hope that you will do the same. Thank you.
Anybody else in chambers? I see nobody. Anybody online?
Yes. Jocelyn Community Action Board.
Yes, you have 2 minutes. Jocelyn, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Jocelyn. I'm calling on behalf of Casa de la Cultura here in Pájaro, California. I have about 4 people here who have something to say. Firstly, we have Alejandra Vargas, and she is going to need Spanish translation. Is audio going through okay right now?
The audio is, so yeah, you would, if you're finished, if you have anything to say, you should say it now in your 2 minutes. And then if there's somebody else back there, other people want to speak, they can speak on 2 minutes.
Alejandra Vargas, again, she will need Spanish translation, is ready to speak now.
I guess we'll restart that.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Pues
mi presencia aquí y mi opinión al respecto de lo que está pasando con el proyecto que tienen
My
en
presence
Monda.
here has to do with the project that's taking place in Watsonville.
Pienso que toda la comunidad del pájaro aprecia las nuevas formas que quieren hacer para resaltar el pájaro.
I believe the Pajaro community is approving all the various forms that you're trying to include into Pajaro.
Pero también muchos no aprobamos y no estamos de acuerdo que en el pájaro, pues, aparte de estar tan golpeado por las lluvias que hubo el año pasado,
Many in Pajaro are not in agreement with the way that the approach that took place after the flooding that we had in the last winter.
sabemos de antemano que es una necesidad y hay mucha carencia de bastantes cosas, entre ellos de habitación, casa habitación, de vivienda.
We know beforehand that there's a lot of need for many things, but one of those is housing.
Entonces, sí que es importante lo que están haciendo, pero también creo que es muy importante darle preferencia a la gente que vive aquí, porque aquí hay mucha gente que trabaja en el campo.
We think it's very important what you're doing, but it's also very important to take care of those people that live here that are also working in the fields.
Y se me hace un poco ilógico que quieran resaltar estar empoderando un poco al pájaro, pero están olvidándose de lo más importante, que la comunidad del pájaro en su mayoría levanta los files y es gente que no tiene aún vivienda.
We agree that you're empowering the people of Pajaro, and we also believe that there's a need for people that live in Pajaro for housing.
Entonces, pienso que es muy importante que reconsidere su proyecto.
It's also very important that you reconsider the project.
Tomando en cuenta también que es para 200 y tantas personas que son hombres en una área donde hay familias.
Also take into account that this housing is directed to single men and take into account that there's families in the area.
Que tienen niños, adolescentes, niñas, menores de edad, y sabemos
so that we take care of our young girls, our teenagers, and those young people in the neighborhood.
Sabemos que donde sea hay peligro, pero no vamos a poner en la boca del lobo.
We know that there's danger out there, but we're not going to put them in the wolf's mouth.
Entonces sí pido como habitante de la comunidad del pájaro.
So I'm asking for a residents of the Pajaro community.
Muchos están de acuerdo conmigo en que no es viable ni seguro que ustedes sigan adelante con un proyecto equívoco cuando vemos hay muchas más necesidades de primera.
Many agree with me that this project is not viable when there's more needs for more monies.
Y la más importante, que primero se preocupen por la gente que trabaja en el field, que vive en el pájaro, que no tiene vivienda.
Most important is that you take care of those working people that live in Pajaro, that work in the fields, and that don't have housing.
Muchas gracias y espero no echen el saco roto la opinión mía, así como tan importante es la opinión de todos mis vecinos de la comunidad.
Thank you. Gracias. There's another person on here, Jocelyn, that you wanted to bring on?
She closed her mic.
Oh, is there anybody else online?
Just Sheriff Tina Nieto.
Okay. Is there anybody else here on this particular line that would like to speak?
Hello, good afternoon. Could you still hear us?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry, we still have 3 more participants on the line.
Please have them come forward as quick as possible.
Perfect. Here we are.
Hello, my name is Jose Lomeli, and I'm 17, and I go to Watsonville High. I've been living here for around 10 years, and I just want to speak for how unsafe it is to be walking around here. Since I am a resident here, as long as my fellow classmates who have gone through it, when I'm walking down through San Juan to Gonda to I also have it down in my notes. I'm a little nervous. I'm sorry. Going down San Juan Road to Allison Road, down to the Railroad Avenue. I've always seen it, how there's trailers going down the sidewalks, not there. Then there's people who live over there without access of transportation. They have to go walk through, and through the morning. We had a story of a family who has to wake up at 6 a.m, take their kids to school, right? They have to go through the dangerous road because the sidewalk's no longer there. There's a sidewalk, but it's no longer there, which is forcing them to go to the road while there's trailers, trucks who want to rush to go to work 70, 80 miles per hour going through. You guys think a small little individual, let's say 4 feet, 5 foot, against the trailer who's going 80 miles per hour, mid-morning, tired, just ready to go home, or like, oh, my boss is going to get mad at me, going, speeding. Do you think he's going to ever see that? He's not. And on top of that, I also want to speak about how students need more safe places to go, like also for the bike lanes. For the bike lanes, there's no bike lanes. Then the parking, there's no parking because people be parking on top of the sidewalks. It's on the street. It's become dangerous. And on top of that, we also got a rise of alcoholism, and other drugs that are coming around here. As long as the rate of homeless rate increasing, which not a lot
Thank you for your
speak
comments there. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Okay, we have the next presenter. We have Mario, and he is going to require Spanish translation.
All right, thank you.
Muy bien, adelante.
He's coming to the screen. Thank you.
Okay. Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mario Merlos.
Good afternoon, my name is Mario Merlos.
Okay. También soy parte de la comunidad del Pájaro.
I'm also part of the Pájaro community.
También quiero darles un saludo a los supervisores y especialmente a Chris, que nos ha apoyado en muchos proyectos aquí en el
I want to say
Pájaro.
hi to the supervisor,
Y a
as
Luis
well as
Alejo,
Chris,
que
who
lo
supported
conoce
our
poquito,
project.
pero
Señor, ¿puede darme una oportunidad de traducir?
voy al punto.
Puede tomar una pauta entre las oraciones para poder traducirle. Adelante.
Ok. El proyecto de la Gonda, tengo entendido de que es gente para traer a emigrantes de México
I
y
understand the project
darles
is to bring immigrants from Mexico
y proporcionarles alojamiento
and to provide them with housing
para que ellos puedan trabajar seguros en sus labores.
so they can work safely in their duties.
La pregunta que nos hacemos es, ¿con qué clase de personas son las que van a venir?
The question that we're asking ourselves is, what kind of people are we getting here?
No sabemos qué clase de conductas puedan proporcionar estar aquí porque son hombres solos.
We're asking what type of conduct are they going to be having because they're men that are alone.
Y por experiencia que hemos tenido a personas solas, cuando los fines de semana, por lo general, ellos se divierten, pues, y la única forma que tenemos los hispanos, desafortunadamente, es con cerveza.
We're asking ourselves, these men that are alone, when the weekends come, we as Hispanic men tend to enjoy beer during the weekend.
Y ustedes saben que una persona tomada, pues, pierde, si toma de más, pierde el control de sus facultades mentales y no reacciona correctamente.
And you well know
Y
that a
en
person that
una,
is under the influence doesn't react accordingly.
y en una comunidad a donde está tan congregada todos, porque están muy juntos todos ahí en Agonda,
And the high population of living along Banda,
corremos el riesgo, pues no sabemos qué clase de conducta van a hacer. Ese es uno de los temores que se tienen.
that's one of the fears that we have, that we don't know the type of conduct these men are going to have.
Que si se puede hacer proyectos, pero con más seguridad para la comunidad del Pájaro y
It's fine if you,
especialmente de la calle.
it's fine if you build this project, but take into account the community of Pájaro along Banda. Adelante, señor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And there is one more speaker.
Yes, correct. So we have one more speaker. Her name is going to be Patricia, and she will require Spanish translation. And then I myself am going to talk as well. So go ahead.
Okay.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Patricia Flores.
Good
Yo
afternoon,
tengo 10 años viviendo aquí en la comunidad de Pájaro.
Good afternoon. My name
Y
is
me
Patricia
gustaría-
Flores, and I have 10 years living in the Pájaro community.
Me
Adelante, señor.
gustaría más viviendas para familias que de verdad lo necesitamos, no como los hombres solos que vienen y se van y esas casas se quedan.
I would like to see more housing for families, not just for men that come alone and then they leave.
Se
Adelante.
quedan y la comunidad de Pájaro necesita viviendas.
The Pájaro community needs housing.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you have some comments, one more on there, please go ahead right now.
Yes, so this is going to be the last commentary,
Thank you.
and my name is Jocelyn Turan. My name is Jocelyn Turan, and I just want to speak on behalf of Pájaro. I want to say that this Gonda Street discussion has become very close here at Casa de la Cultura Center because this is something that the community has been, struggling with, suffering with. They have been asking for community resources. They have been asking for rental assistance. They have been asking for somewhere to live. The community is in great need of that. And residents of Gonda Street have so much to speak on and would love to be here today, but unfortunately, due to work purposes and work hours, aren't here. And we kind of anticipated that. So here at Casa La Cultura, what we did is we spoke to the community. We went door to door and asked, how do you feel about the Gonda Street structure? How do you feel about this? How does your family feel? Do you struggle with rent? How many, you know what I mean? So we're speaking with the community like earlier Lorena had mentioned so beautifully and spoke so well. She said, why don't you guys come to Pájaro and ask us how we feel? Ask us. We have a beautiful center here right by Assumption's Church. We unite every single Friday night, provide resources, provide mental health services. We come together as a community. We discuss what we want. So if you guys are ever curious to know how we view things, please ask us. And how we feel on the Gonda Street discussion is, you know what? We want housing for the community. We need low-income housing here in Pájaro. We need these structures to be open to families. And yes, parking will be an issue, but thank you so much to the contractors who said that they are willing to build a parking structure. That parking structure is needed regardless of the outcome. I could sit here all day and talk, but I understand that I have 2 minutes and my voice is starting to shake. But thank you so much for your time and consideration and your translation services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else?
Tina Nieto.
Yes, Sheriff Nieto, do you have a comment you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you, Board. Just a couple, it's questions and comments. I just want everybody to know that I'm not taking sides on this project. I came in last minute just based on some complaints. And so I'm asking planning that when they look at these multi-purpose housings or these large housing complexes, and I looked at the plans, the engineering plans, are they taking into account the egress and ingress for public safety apparatus to get in? This is a 3-story building that you're putting at the end of a road that has a lot of parking issues. I was taking notes during this. People have safety concerns, but I do agree with the people that are putting in for the permit that the crime is not one of them based on just the numbers. I'm not saying it's not a reality. I would hope that the community would report more things if these are occurring, but our numbers are not showing that, and it hasn't shown that in other farm worker housing that's been put in the county. Actually, farm worker housing tends to be safer than the rest of the community. For this project itself, my big concern is that it is a 3-story project. There's a lot of people that are going to be housed there. If there's an emergency there, I know that for the fire department, I wish one of the fire chiefs was on here. They do have to bring in bigger apparatus. You can't bring it down to that road. If you look at the roads and look at the engineering, they're not wide enough. I agree with the community. The sidewalks are gone. People park on either side. So I'm asking that if this does get built, that we do look at the sidewalks, we do look at signage so that we can do enforcement. And maybe we look at a fencing thing that only public safety has, a gate so they can get out of there when they get in there if they have to respond. I guess that would have to be an agreement with the power levy. I know there's a road that backs up there that public safety could always use if need be, because there's only one way in and one way out right now looking at the plans. And so that's some of my concerns. And again, for the Power Road community, if there is a crime issue, you need to reach out to us because the numbers are not showing these issues that the 4 speakers talked about in that one group. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any?
Joel Mendoza.
Yes, Chief Mendoza.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Joel Mendoza. I'm the fire chief for the North County Fire District. So we provide services to a few communities, including the community of Pajaro. I'd like to say that we did have a part in the planning process for this particular project. Been working on it for, it seems, years now. And, I'd like to say that we're neutral in a position like this. These projects come to us all the time, not necessarily at this scale. Our thing is present us with the facts and then we can look and see if we can approve it. In this case, we did recommend that the project get approved. It's important to know that these are 3-story buildings, but they're very modern buildings with, fully sprinklered fire alarms. There is a municipal water system with hydrants. The roadways inside the complex are wide enough and designed so that our fire apparatus can operate within the complex. We have security gates with fire department knock switches. We looked at all those things and considered all those before we actually approved this. Now, the question that has come up for me has always been about that road width leading to the project, which would be Gonda Street. I do agree that Gonda Street appears to be narrow, but it actually isn't. The way that it's structured, you actually have no parking on either side of those. You have red curbs, which theoretically, we shouldn't have anybody parking there at any time, right? Unless it's for an emergency purpose. But the only entity that should be parking there would be responders during an emergency. Now, I did drive this street yesterday, and I did notice that there is not one no parking sign. Even though the curbs are painted red, there is no parking signs. And I think that that's missing. I've had the opportunity to drive through there during emergency situations that we had at the levee. And during the weekends, it does get busy. There are a lot of vehicles that park on those curbs. They'll park on top of the curbs. They'll park next to them. I think that some signage would certainly help that situation. And I would support that we actually get some signage up to improve the enforcement of the no parking. Other than that, like I said, we fully reviewed the project and really see no other issue with the project other than the actual access to the project. And we think the infrastructure is there. It's just missing a little bit of enforcement, which would be those road signs. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? All right, with that, we'll make sure we'll close public comment, kind of bring it back here. The board, I was going to go first here then. I know that, the community is seeking something more out of housing, and there's 3 units that are being set aside for the community on there. My question to out here would be is whether or not there's any way to have that particularly increased, and outside of that, whether there's because this is agricultural housing and it is a farm worker community too, is whether or not there could be some particular emphasis on the farm workers in the community so that they could be there, because many are living in some pretty crowded quarters. And I don't know if the applicant, I'm sure through Mr. Lombardo or Mr. Cola, whichever one, would be willing to address that in any way about possibly increasing that. The other thing, which I just on the structure, the layout of everything, as we talk about issues here on access and safety, is I know on the project over the Susan Street one, the Rio Vista, I believe it is called, is there's a fire lane that goes right to the edge of the property. And there was the Land Use Advisory Committee had recommended a loop to go around and connect the 2 streets, because the 2 streets are dead-end streets, and there's going to be quite a few hundred people living at the end of them, plus the people on the side. And my question then would be whether or not it would be open to allowing that connection between those fire lanes, so it would cross over and loop over on both streets. I don't know if we have a map that we could show anything up there on that regarding. Well, but that would be my questions here to to the applicants here.
Gwen, would you share through HDMI? Would you get the HDMI on? As soon as I hook onto HDMI.
Anthony Lombardo again. If I understand the chair's questions, yes, for sure. If there's a ability to connect an emergency access between the 2, a fire lane is what it's typically called. They call it a crash gate, I think, or there's too bad the chief's not on it. He could probably say it better, describe it better. But yeah, we'll certainly, to the extent we can, put our parking and configure our parking and travel lanes so that there's an emergency access between the 2, no problem. Do that. And then, yes, if there is insufficient H2A demand to fill the project, we will rent it to farm workers from the community, not just H2A. The problem with committing to a certain number, other than the 3 very low and the 1 manager's unit we've committed to, is the economics of the property don't work unless it's H2A. So the unfortunate economic reality of a privately funded project is it depends on people's ability to pay rent at a certain level, and the H2A housing is basically underwritten by the people who employ the H2A workers. So yes, we will certainly, if there is not sufficient H2A demand, we will rent them to farm labor in the Pajaro Valley.
Perhaps I'm misunderstanding. I know the little tweaks to this law and everything, but I thought that with H2A, and maybe I'm wrong, that it actually, farm workers that are here present get a first crack at it, or am I wrong about this? It has to be offered to them, or?
Yeah, well, I'll have to verify that, but I think,
So
I
it's
think
part-
as agricultural employee housing, it could be domestic.
The process for H-2A is sort of separate, but in that advertising the position, in order to go out and recruit an H-2A worker in a foreign country, you have to prove that you've advertised the position here in the same way that it would be offered to an H-2A worker, meaning including housing. You don't have to say in Pajaro in this location, but you have to advertise the position from the company that is making that deal with the federal governments in that process, saying we've gone out, we offered the position with housing and the same benefits and pay in order to be able to open it up to a foreign worker. That's part of the H-2A program.
Thank you for that clarification. I'll turn to the board here. Any other comments? Anyone here? Yes, Supervisor Alejo, go ahead.
I'll go because I wasn't here at the last one. But I think this is a good discussion, and I want to welcome the public and thank you to the project developer, because we need all housing, types of housing in Monterey County. We certainly need it for farm worker families, and we certainly need it for our H-2A workers. We need it for workers in education too, in healthcare and hospitality. And in many ways, our employers here they're leading the nation, I think. I know our healthcare is talking about doing more, Montage is doing stuff. So this is a good discussion, and so I want to tell the members of the public, we agree. But this project is intended for H-2A workers. The last farm worker housing, low-income family project was built in 2007 by South County Housing, and now it's run by Eden Housing, Nuevo Amanecer. They're on 15 Salinas Road. Even those projects take years to get tax credits and the financing. They need a lot of government subsidies for these nonprofit developers just to put them off the ground. Build them from the ground. And in this case, this is different. This is employer-sponsored housing intended for these workers, which we know there's a great need. Our domestic farm workers are getting older. Some are moving to other jobs like construction and hospitality and retail and education. They moved into jobs that perhaps pay more. And it has created a big demand, a greater demand for our local agricultural employers to depend more on H-2A workers. It's a very complex program, like Chris was describing. It's a very expensive because you have to provide housing, you have to provide transportation, you have to provide the meals each day to each of these workers. But at the same time, these workers are here on a visa, H-2A visa. They're on their best behavior. If they get in trouble, they could easily lose this opportunity to work here and provide for their families in Mexico. So, but I wanted to frame this of, because this is now our 10th, I think really our 10th project of its kind of employer-sponsored housing in Monterey County. We're doing this beautiful, dignified housing for H-2A. Sometimes it's a combination like Tana Marananto and Vanguard recently he's going to do for both domestic and H-2A workers. But this is the most beautiful housing I've seen for agricultural workers anywhere in the nation, if not the world. It's a model for the nation. Every other county should be trying to do what these employers that are putting their money, they're not getting any subsidies, they're not getting any tax credits, they're putting their own money to build this housing for the workers. It's a federal requirement. But at the same time, it's a benefit for the community at large. And I think Supervisor Lopez brought this up, that when you build this type of housing, it means then those employers are not buying hotels, they're not buying condos, they're not buying other homes and then converting those to employer-sponsored. It's leaving that housing stock available for the public to rent or to buy, so it's not worsening the housing shortage in Monterey County. And then the report was brought up. We all, the county, all the cities in Pajaro Valley, Salinas Valley, we did the study in 2018. Overwhelmingly, I think, 45,000 units of housing were needed for agricultural workers in the Salinas Valley and in the Pajaro Valley. The need is great. So we agree with what everybody said. But when we don't support these projects, and I know there's always opposition, there's always concerns, as some of them we heard today, but when we don't build this type of housing, then we have the flip side of the worst examples of housing. We recently had one 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, in Royal Oaks, where workers were living in nurseries, shacks, deplorable conditions. 250 people were living there. And there was a crisis then. How do we help them? It was very expensive. And there's a criminal prosecution against that landlord. In Half Moon Bay, deplorable conditions that resulted in a worker shooting 7 of his farm worker co-workers. And when the state went in, they found the conditions were so bad that even contributed to what occurred there, that tragedy. And I think that's why HCD today, or at the last hearing, provided a letter, I think for the first time, and outside of there was another project in San Mateo County where the state is now being more proactive in urging local governments to support these types of projects. This is what we need more of all across California. But I hear every project is unique. That's why you keep an open mind. You talk about traffic, noise, other community concerns. But what I've heard doesn't convince me. And it was hard for me to hear the hearing from July 9th last night and we heard some today, unfortunately, about the stereotypes of guest workers. And Norm Groot of the Farm Bureau was right. When the first project came for approvals before a previous board of supervisors, I believe it was in 2013, maybe 2014, there was the Tanner Marananto project in Spreckles, and a lot of stereotypes, negative things, demeaning things were said about farm workers that were going to perhaps live at this housing project. They said things, and I hate repeating them but I want the community to know. People said there was going to be drinking, there was going to be prostitution, drugs, loitering. The workers were going to be harassing school kids walking home. The traffic was going to be a big mess in Spreckles. But as Norm pointed out, none of that came true. Zero came true. No complaints. In fact, when they opened that, residents, 10 months later, residents asking, when is that farm worker housing project going to open? It already had been open 10 months because they didn't even notice anything. And it's a beautiful, the amenities that are there, it's a beautiful, if the community could see these apartments, if you drive by them, we have Baranda Villas and Baranda and on the other side of Davis, we have one on Davis and Rossi. Drive by them. Right now, it's the summer season. You'll see there's no loitering. There's no problems. There's been no crime. I pass by those often, and they're models for the nation. But I want us, as government, as elected officials, to not repeat the same things that are often said. That by 10 examples now, or 9 previous examples, we know that they are not true. That if they're managed right, security measures are taken, cameras are put in place, fencing is put in place. All those things minimize the impacts that people often think about these types of projects. But I did want to say these workers are hardworking. And Chris and I seen so many, I literally come off the bus during the pandemic. They were coming as H2O workers, young men. Sometimes they look like really young. They look like 16, 15. They're all adults. But they were coming to work here in the Salinas Valley. They were getting vaccinated. They were the people working and feeding the nation while everybody else was sheltering in place. But these workers, it's hard for me to hear the stereotypes about them because this was my grandfather and his grandfather during the Bracero program where they faced, it's not like the H2A program today. It was horrible conditions that they endured. The living conditions were horrendous then compared to what we're talking about today. But they faced discrimination. They were looked down upon. It was a very different demographics in our communities. They faced and endured a lot. We honored them last September here, Bracero History Recognition Week. And so those people became the pillars of our families. They came back and settled roots here in Salinas Valley, in the Pajaro Valley. And they're the people that we respect. We honored some, they're 80, 90, and 106-year-old gentlemen that were crying because they had never been recognized in their entire lives for what they did for our nation during a critical period in our nation's history. So that's why when I hear these comments, it's personal because I know what my own family went through many generations ago. But these young workers are those Bracero workers of today. But luckily, the program and the protections have improved dramatically, and now they can live in these beautiful housing in a wonderful community like Pajaro. So I don't want to go into everything that was said. I just said we take the higher ground. We know when things are not true because we've seen the examples. We know these workers are coming here to work, make honest living, support their families back home. If this is going to open those opportunities for them, so be it. And guess what? They're economic drivers too. Those men will shop and eat in Pajaro. They're going to be buying and supporting the small businesses there. There is a positive economic impact as well for them. So we call them essential workers during the pandemic. We honored them. This is who we're talking about. Let's show the respect and dignity for these workers when we are approving these projects. Let's not fall into the stereotypes because we are better than that. We know better than that. And this is going to improve. It's going to be an asset to Pajaro. I support this today. And but I do like the two added conditions of also doing the chip seal on Gonda Street. That would be an improvement, entering the neighborhood. And then also, I believe, I don't know if you checked the numbers, but I believe it's a higher amount, proportional if we're reducing it to a smaller size. But I think it's almost $90,000. That would be great to be able to contribute that to this other effort. That would be great for the school kids, all the school kids in Pajaro that will attend Pajaro Middle School, and then the community at large that after school and on the weekends, they'll be able to have those artificial turf fields to also enjoy and have soccer games and tournaments or whatever they want to hold there. I think that would be an asset. So I would also ask our applicant if they could support donating that to the Pajaro School District via the Community Foundation of Monterey County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure, thank you. Any, yes, Supervisor, ask you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm acutely aware of a time limitation that we're trying to work with here for getting through this hearing. But my support for the project remains. I appreciate the feedback that we have from residents, and I hope that you will continue to stay engaged in all of the activities that the county is doing, especially those that touch Pajaro and your community. In terms of the donation to the Pajaro Park, Supervisor Alejo, that was something that I had requested on the previous project and requested again on this project. Getting the amount right, I think, is good, and so long as that's okay with the applicant. I'm less concerned about where it goes to as I am concerned about making sure that we're contributing back into the community in meaningful and positive ways. The reason that the Pajaro Park had been on our list was because that agency had been coming to the county asking for money, and so we know that there's always need wherever you're looking. So I'm inclined to say whichever organization the applicant chooses, whether it be the Pajaro Park or the school district, we know that the benefit would be to the broader community. And then the additional criteria of the chip seal. And with that, I think if the chair is ready, I'll make a motion to accept the staff recommendation with those two amendments.
Two other supervisors want to speak first?
So, yeah, I was going to second it with the addition of the gate that would be linking the two properties with a Knox box on it to allow for that traffic in terms of emergency response to be able to loop between.
Through the fire lane that exists on the Susan Street one?
Exactly. So tying the two together and allowing for that loop, understanding, even having heard from fire that the apparatus fits as is, creating that extra opportunity I think is critical. So with that, my position remains the same as last time, and I apologize for the time constraint.
Yeah, and Supervisor, I should ask you, I just want to get clarification on the contribution. The reason I had said earlier is because I think our county donated $35,000. They got the $125,000. And they are getting money from the state grant for Pajaro improvements, and we divvied that up and put that on the list. That's why this is the one that didn't get any money, and that's why we're trying to divert. Hopefully, it's $89,000, I think, to be exacted. 90,000 is a good rounded number because it turns out to $18,000 a year for 5 years. I hope that we could just clarify that for the motion.
Supervisor, yes, Adams.
Thank you. I know I'm in the Ask You chair, but it is Adams. So just a couple of questions that I have about the fire lane. I'm still uncomfortable with that. And is it something that is already in existence?
The fire lane is in existence on the Susan Street one, where it comes up to Rio Vista. They have a fire lane going over towards this property, and so it would just need a fire lane put in on this the Nicola property that would connect to Gonda, and then you would have a loop going around so that in case one road is blocked, you would be able to access from the other road either facility.
Is it the sort of thing that we could allow the public to use so that it would take pressure off those two streets?
I don't think that would be helpful that way in that particular area anyway. Plus, it'd be on private property. Yeah, I don't think it would be useful that way. Do you have any other comments there? Okay, I'm going to be really brief on the two. These projects. I think Supervisor Alejo said there's 9 or 10 of them around. They are they're great projects. They're built well. I was actually, kind of engaged with the one that was in Spreckles and supplying some materials to them when I was in business some years ago. And I've seen those down in Greenfield. I've seen the Rio Vista one. They're great. My only concern has been all along is that these are the only two at the end of a dead-end street, residential streets that are in the entire county. They're side by side. This community is in so desperate need of housing for its people. And when, as one of the speakers said, I'm out there a lot. I always hear that on housing. This doesn't address that. I understand it helps the county as a whole. It does not help the people in Pajaro. And, I'm glad to see these amendments onto this as the way it stands. I know my own self, I'm not going to vote for it. I know there's 3 votes here anyway to vote for it, but I'm not going to vote for it because I feel I need to make that statement for the people of Pajaro and their need for housing, and that they're losing another lot that is not going to be made available to them. With that,
the question was for Supervisor Askew, is the motion to include the 90 for the school district, and the question was for the applicant or the attorney, whether that's doable, because we haven't heard from you on that high increased amount.
Yeah. And I would say I would leave it to the applicant I think the amount is what would be the condition.
Not my money, so it's fine. Sorry, Supervisor. Yeah, that's fine with the applicant, and we'll work with Charity to make that happen for the school district. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
We ready for a vote then? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
No.
No. Motion carries 3-2.
Congratulations. It's never easy.
With that, we go on to item 16, which is the Carmel Lagoon Scenic Road Protective Structure and sandbar and management plan and much else.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. Joining me now and getting set up here is Shandy Carroll, also with Housing and Community Development. She's been the lead on this project for some time now. We also have Aaron Harwain from Denise Duffy and Associates on Zoom, as well as a number of our technical consultants who helped prepare a number of technical reports that went into the final EIR today. This has been in the works for some time, and we are happy to present the final EIR for your consideration today, and I'll hand it over to Shandy to take it from there. Push the button. Other side. Yeah.
Good afternoon to the board. The action before the board today is to certify the final environmental impact report. I'll go to the right screen. Select a project from the alternatives described in the final impact report. Environmental impact report consisting of the mid-slope scenic road protective structure, ongoing sandbar management, and with the potential for individually built garden walls as a temporary replacement for sandbag walls, and a home elevation program. To direct staff to seek funding and to adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. The following corrections need to be read into the record. In the board report, there needs to be removal of reference to an environmental assessment, or EA, and removal of reference to NEPA, or the blanking National Environmental Protection Agency. Thank you. Also, in Attachment B, remove reference to environmental assessment. Attachment C, remove reference to environmental assessment, or EA. And Attachment D, the Exhibit A and MMRP are in the wrong order. There's a revised attachment to the agenda, which is correct. The Carmel Lagoon project is located south of the town of Carmel by the Sea within Monterey County. This picture is to orient the key areas to the project, including the Carmel River State Beach, Carmel Lagoon and Wetland Natural Preserve, referred to as Carmel Lagoon, the Scenic Road, Carmel River, the neighborhood to the north of the lagoon, known as the Fourth Addition, and the State Parks parking lot. Seasonally, due to low river flow and wave action, the Carmel River Beach naturally forms a sandbar barrier or sandbar barrier beach across the Carmel River mouth, creating the Carmel Lagoon. During the first large winter rainfall of the year, generally the lagoon will back up behind the beach, eventually overflowing and breaking through to open the lagoon river mouth to the ocean. Some background, just annual sandbar management, which is the removal of sand from the Carmel River Beach to allow the river to break through to the sea, has been conducted for about 100 years on a nearly annual basis. The Fourth Addition was built in the Carmel Lagoon floodplain, and every year until the early 1970s, private individuals would breach the sandbar to preemptively let the lagoon out and prevent flooding of the neighborhood. The county took over this practice in 1973. The regulatory system began to change around that time to include environmental protections, and there was an increased recognition that the Carmel Lagoon, River, and River Beach are of environmentally and culturally sensitive areas. In the early 2000s, the county began seeking permits to continue the practice of breaching the sandbar and began coordinating with regulatory agencies and stakeholders to develop the interim sandbar management plan. The National Marine Fisheries Service, or NMFS, drafted a jeopardy opinion in 2011 that affirmed that annual preemptive sandbar breaching would harm protected species and habitat. The jeopardy opinion offered an alternative to sandbar breaching that formed the basis of the current practice of sandbar management, which I'll go into in more detail at a later point in this presentation. The county's current permits for interim sandbar management to the south are conditioned on a more natural mimicking of the environment and were built on the NMFS reasonable and prudent alternative included in the 2011 jeopardy opinion. The current permits are conditioned upon county seeking a long-term solution to protect the natural system while maintaining flood protection. Carmel River State Beach and Carmel Lagoon are unique and dynamic environments. Through wave action, the beach builds up and traps the lagoon. The Carmel River fills the lagoon with water, and water rises to a high enough level to overtop the beach, therefore slowly lowering the lagoon levels. I'll just read out the main objective of the Carmel Lagoon project is to implement a solution to improve the functions and values of the ecosystem in and around the lagoon by restoring the lagoon's historic hydrologic pre-management conditions to the extent feasible to protect and improve habitat for fish and wildlife while maintaining flood protection. Sorry? The Carmel River Beach and Lagoon is a unique area, unlike any other lagoon system in California. The beach is a high-energy environment. River flow can go from very low to very high quickly. Natural opening and closing of the lagoon, natural opening and closing of the lagoon happens naturally. The predominant wave direction can push the river mouth opening to the north and can overtop the beach, both filling the lagoon and making the sandbar higher. This poses several unique challenges. For example, in recent years, the Carmel River has been dry or nearly dry at the time the first storm arrives. Most years, large waves occur a day or so before the first large rainstorm. In 2023, extremely large waves caused damage to Scenic Road and caused flooding and damage to the neighborhood. Some feasibility studies identified a proposed project with the stated objective to restore the natural system to the extent feasible and maintain existing flood protection, as I discussed previously. Interim sandbar management is necessary so that the lagoon can be lowered before homes flood due to seasonal backwater flooding from the lagoon. To best mimic the natural system where the river may turn north, a seawall is necessary to protect Scenic Road and State Parks parking lot. and bathrooms from the river flow and wave run-up. To maintain the existing level of flood protection for the 4th Edition neighborhood with minimal or no sandbar management, a flood wall called an Ecosystem Protective Barrier, or EPB, was proposed. The benefit of the EPB is that it protects the neighborhood from the not only annual flooding, but also the 100-year floodplain, while accounting for future sea level rise. Implementing these two construction projects would meet the goal of allowing the lagoon system to function naturally, while maintaining flood protection, requiring intervention to lower the sandbar only in extreme flooding emergencies. The county began environmental analysis of the proposed project, and the draft EIR was published in 2016. The proposed scenic road protective structure and EPB options received significant comments from stakeholders and agencies. The county worked with contractors, a technical advisory committee, stakeholders, and agency advisors to add new information to the 2016 draft EIR. The revised sections of the draft EIR were recirculated in 2024, including more detailed alternative projects. The project goals, as stated in the EIR, are broadly to reduce the necessity of mechanical breaching of the sandbar while maintaining the existing level of flood protection for state parks facilities in the 4th Edition neighborhood, which includes private homes, the Carmel River School, Mission Ranch, and the Carmel Area Wastewater District. The unique physical and regulatory environment of the lagoon, coupled with strong and divided public sentiment, greatly constrains the feasible options to find a long-term solution that meets goals and objectives. The project recommended by staff is alternative 5.3.3.2, which is the scenic road protective structure at the mid-slope, ongoing sandbar management with no EPB, and this is the environmentally preferred project. The scenic road protective structure at mid-slope would protect scenic road from the Carmel River during years when the river outflow goes to the north along the scenic road bluff. Ongoing sandbar management would continue as permitted by the regulatory agencies, including a pilot channel that allows the lagoon to naturally overtop the beach in a manner that mimics the natural system. Sandbar management is needed to maintain flood protection until such time that a structural solution is implemented that effectively removes the 4th Edition neighborhood out of the floodplain. No EPB option has proven to be feasible, and so staff are recommending a home elevation program as an alternative to sandbar management. Alternative 5.3.2.5 is the scenic road protective structure at mid-slope and was developed in the draft RDEIR, the revised draft EIR, in response to comments from agencies that propose the scenic road protective structure. The revised draft EIR includes a 30% design for the scenic road protective structure. This alternative would be constructed in a similar manner to the existing emergency repair constructed in 2023. The wall would be covered with sand during summer conditions and uncovered during winter, which is shown in this picture on the slide. Notable aspects include interlocking boulders protecting the state park's parking lot and a Shot Creek wall protecting the bluff. The scenic road protective structure mid-slope wall would consist of a low-profile wall along scenic road, rock revetment along the edge of the Carmel River beach, and it would protect the bluff up to 27 feet, which is approximately the level of the roadway. The wall structure would consist of a low-profile wall composed of 3-foot diameter cast-in drilled hole piles at 8-foot spacing, founded on the marine terrace hardpan underlying the bluff formation. The wall would be secured with anchor rods drilled into the bluff and formed as a concrete wall with Shot Creek facing, textured to mimic the natural appearance of the bluff. The crest of the wall would be at an approximate elevation of 20 feet with the approximate level of the beach profile. I have a few more images and artist renderings here. This is an artist rendering of the summer and fall conditions. Key aspects to see here are the stabilization of the bluff with native plant cover, and that the wall is covered by sand and invisible. There's been a petition submitted during public comment to save the cypress trees shown in this rendering. The subsequent construction design would need to work out how to protect the trees, and if it was necessary to remove these trees, that would need to be mitigated for. The 30% design includes a ramp for public access from State Park's parking lot, which is shown in this rendering. During summer and fall conditions and during most winters, the rock revetment would be covered. This is an artist rendering of during a northerly breach when the ramp and rock revetment would be uncovered, and the ramp would allow emergency vehicles or equipment to access the beach. During a northerly river breach, it wouldn't be safe for the public to access the beach. The southern beach access would remain open at the discretion of state parks. Interlocking boulders are shown here in this image and would be used here and have a substantial size sufficient to withstand the riverine forces. So now to discuss sandbar management. Sandbar management is currently permitted by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the California Coastal Commission, the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and by op law by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Currently, sandbar management has occurred when ocean or river conditions indicate the water surface level of the lagoon will soon rise over 12.77 feet. Sandbar management consists of digging a pilot channel at the lowest portion of the beach in the longest possible alignment. The lagoon then overtops the graded area of the beach and breaches to the sea. NOAA It estimates that this process opens the lagoon to the ocean hours to days before it would naturally breach to the ocean. The near property line EPB is considered infeasible due to not meeting the ecosystem, infrastructure, or flood objectives of the project. Over 20 alternatives were analyzed, 9 of which were an EPB component. Most are infeasible due to significant unavoidable impacts to noise and aesthetics. They do not provide flood protection as necessary, and there's been opposition from property owners. Long-term solutions would be needed. Without a flood wall or EPB, staff recommend that homes in the 4th edition are raised the 1 to 3 feet necessary to raise the first floors above the 100-year flood elevation of 16 feet. County code already requires new homes or those undergoing a significant remodel in the floodplain be raised above the FEMA 100-year flood level. Staff propose returning to the board with a more completed home elevation program at a later date, including seeking funding from FEMA to support such a program. Staff do recommend approving alternative 5.2.3.4, which is colloquially called a garden wall and is similar to an existing garden wall pictured here. This alternative is a temporary replacement to the sandbag wall and was included in the final environmental impact report at the request of homeowners who no longer wish to have a sandbag wall built on their property. It's considered a temporary alternative because it does not include permanent pump facilities. It does not protect homes from a lagoon elevation over 15 feet, and it does not take into account the 100-year flood elevation of 16 feet, nor does it take into account the future predicted sea level rise of up to 2 feet by 2050. It would be an interim alternative to sandbags until a home elevation program could be implemented. Over 50 comment letters were received and responded to, and over 20 alternatives were reviewed and analyzed. Many public meetings were held. The county has heard the conflicting stated concerns to build a seawall structure and also to not build one, strong opposition of an EPB in any form, and the stated requirements for both more and less sandbar management. Sandbar management costs public works facilities parks an average of $160,000 per year in general fund. In recent years, this cost has well exceeded $200,000 per year, and in the last year, it may be over $250,000. Staff time is additional to this amount, and it is not included. A scenic road protective structure is estimated to cost approximately $7.2 million, including the design phase. This expenditure is included in the capital improvement program, but is currently unfunded. Cost to raise homes in Monterey County is unknown at this time, but was last estimated at over $200,000. FEMA has a home elevation program that would be funded in partnership between the homeowner and the county. There's approximately 25 homes in the fourth edition. Without a first floor survey, it's unknown how many of those would need to be raised. So this concludes staff's presentation. The staff are recommending that the scenic road protective structure and no EPB alternative are approved, and asking for directions to investigate a home elevation program with the option for homeowners to build a garden wall as an alternative to sandbags. This option, if the board chooses to give the direction, will approve a project to protect scenic road, will authorize the county to continue sandbar management. This meets the stated objective to maintain existing flood protection. Staff would coordinate to return to the board with a more clearly defined home elevation program, which would potentially improve upon existing flood protection for private infrastructure.
That concludes our presentation, and we're available for questions.
Any questions? I'll go out to the public in that regard. Is anybody in the chambers that would like to speak on this matter? You have 2 minutes.
Welcome. Thank you for having me here, Mr. Chair and other supervisors. I'm Lauren Latondra. I am the chair of the County Service Area 1, which is Carmel Point, and past president of the Carmel River Watershed Conservancy, which is restoring the Carmel River. I want to begin by thanking Supervisor Adams and Supervisor-elect Kate Daniels and Administrative Officer Sonia De La Rosa and Craig Spencer and his team for all the work they did to make sure that this was finished according to the revised schedule. So thank you. Our organizations favor this being certified, and we do have some real concerns about how this would be implemented and what some aspects that may or may not be viable. But at this point, we really need to move forward with trying to implement, especially the scenic road protection structure, because that road is used by thousands of visitors every month, and it's been in place since the 1920s. And so it's been undermined severely over the last, I've been here 20 years, the last time I was here, and we've lost about 20 feet of the slope. So in several places, there's really no slope left. And if we can get the scenic road protection structure in place, it would do wonders for making sure that the high waves that have overtopped the road in some occasions, or a northerly breach that could be natural or directed, does not further undermine the scenic road bluffs. So our concerns here are we're really wondering about some specifics about where it will be constructed.
All right, your 2 minutes are up, sir.
That's it?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
You can submit your comments if you wish, so that we can have them for the record.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Dr. Annette Thorne. I'm Secretary of the Carmel Point and Lagoon Preservation Association, and I also have lived on Scenic Road in the area where the Scenic Road protective structure is proposed for 73 years, and I've seen a lot of changes. I played on the beach as a toddler. We have lost, in the last short period of time, half a pyramid, the size of an Egyptian pyramid of sand. From the bluffs, I used to run almost straight out to the ocean. That sand is gone, and it happened with the northern breach. I approve, and our organization approves, the EIR that has been proposed, but here. If the 60% design is done right for this highly dynamic river and wave impact forces, and concerned that the shotcrete proposed can crack and fail too soon, a secant pile design is likely to be determined to be necessary, but that's for the 60% design. Good engineers who are ocean engineers can figure that out. The sandbar management does not erode the sand off. We ask that the sandbar management not be pointed in the north, to the north, and erode the beautiful northern beach, valued by all residents and visitors. A scour analysis is likely to reveal loss of beach on the northern end of the beach, a concern that previous history foretells. There has been loss of a half of the, as I mentioned, half of a pyramid.
Sorry, 2 minutes are up. Thank you.
Okay.
There is a clock on the screen up here to guide folks. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm requesting 10 minutes of your time.
I'm sorry, but you're going to have 2 minutes.
Okay, I live the lowest house on the river. I'm the first to flood. I'm across the river from the Carmel sewer plant. May I have more time?
No, I'm sorry. It's been general policy for 2 minutes for everybody that's spoken today and for several years, apparently.
Okay.
I have to give you 2 minutes.
It's a little known fact that if only one house floods, the flood insurance will not take in effect. You need 3 houses to flood at one time. In other words, if I get flooded, I will not be covered. If the house next to me gets flooded and I do, then I may be held liable because the water came from my property. Also on my property is a retention pond operated by Monterey County Public Works, which collects rainwater from the surrounding streets and then pumps the water over the levee into the Carmel River. The EIR said that they're going to help with the 33% to elevate. Where is that funding going to come from? My home is an unreinforced adobe built in 1948 on a concrete slab. It was built to Monterey County codes at that time. According to a civil engineer I consulted, he assured me that my home would fall apart as it was being jacked up. Will you pay me market value for my home should I be flooded repeatedly? My home is also the last home on the Carmel Pebble Beach sewer system. I purchased the home in 1989. I've been flooded twice. If the sewer plant is out of service by high waters, my home and possibly homes around me will be flooded with 1.7 million gallons of sewage per day, as well as being discharged in the Carmel River. The minute I get flooded, I will sue you for the property damage, loss of value of my property, and emotional damage. This may result in you having to pay me for the market value of my home. You are solving the problem for the homes along the lagoon, but passing the problems up to me. As a remedy, I will demand you either pay me for market value of my home or demolish it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments.
And again, if you want to, you can submit your comments so that we have them on the record as well. If you didn't get to finish what you wanted to say. Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Chair Church and Supervisors. Mandy Sackett speaking on behalf of the Surfrider Foundation and our Monterey County chapter. We have thousands of members and supporters throughout the county. Our mission is to protect and enjoy the world's ocean, waves, and beaches. And our Monterey County chapter was founded in 1993. It's run by volunteers who work tirelessly to serve all 100 miles of the county's coastline, including beach cleanups, plastic ordinances, establishing ocean-friendly restaurants, and even stopping the Cemex stand mined. We are opposed to the scenic road protection structure and coastal armoring at Carmel Lagoon and along Scenic Drive. We do not support adoption of the FEIR at this time. This project would benefit a handful of private property owners and protect non-essential road at the expense of the public and an incredible scenic resources and valuable sensitive habitat at the Carmel Lagoon. We do not believe that there is sufficient information in order to ensure protection of public resources in accordance with state law, and that there are less environmentally damaging alternatives that need to be better considered. It is vital to understand that hardened shoreline armoring makes erosion worse, and this needs to be more carefully considered in the context of Carmel Lagoon. This is proven in the scientific literature and is well accepted amongst geologists and engineers. During storm events or times of high water, as seas rise and as the seas meet the seawall episodically or consistently, it disrupts the natural sediment accumulation process. It's also visually disturbing. It would greatly impact the ability to enjoy what is currently a world-renowned lagoon, a river mouth in its natural state, which is very rare throughout California. The AIR assumes that concrete riprap would naturally be covered up, at least for parts of the year. We disagree. Do we spend millions to protect a non-essential road, a thin layer of asphalt, while risking the irreplaceable, incredible, beautiful beach and river, part of this awe-inspiring piece of the world? Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak? Yes, please come forward.
Thank you so very much. My name is Dr. Laura Banks. I'm a neurologist at Natividad as well as live at the 4th edition. And we could not afford to raise our home on our current salary. My husband and I share a neurology job. We're the only neurologist at Natividad, which would require us to probably leave work there. Possibly, and if we can't afford it, how can any other working person in the area afford to raise their home? You're saying $200,000, but I've never heard of construction stay that cost. And so you're essentially saying that you are going to eliminate housing for people who work and live in this community. So I would really want to, I also want to understand what's wrong with breaching the sandbar. I've heard hypotheticals, but no one explained to me that what would happen on our beach, and why we're only asking that the sandbar be breached several hours before it would do so naturally on its own. Lastly, I know from my profession that the best intentions, there are always consequences that cannot be understood by human beings, and these is a very complex, dynamic environment. And I'm just not sure we understand it enough to know that the proposals will really help the area stay as beautiful and pristine as it is. So thank you very much, and thank you for putting all the time and effort into our beautiful area.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers? I don't see anybody. Anybody online? Nobody online. Okay. Close public comment. Come back here to the board. Supervisor Adams, it's your district. I'll give you the first.
Thank you.
First time.
I just want to say thank you so much, everyone, for coming out and speaking. It's really important that the other supervisors hear your comments and concerns and potential solutions. This has been a very long and difficult process to go through, and definitely it's not perfect, but I think that we have done a good job of looking at a variety of different potential solutions to it. I think remembering that indicated in the staff report that the primary objective of the Carmel Lagoon project is to implement a solution to improve the functions and values of the ecosystem in and around the lagoon by restoring the lagoon's historic hydraulic pre-management conditions to the extent feasible to protect and improve habitat for fish and wildlife while maintaining flood protection. That's what we're supposed to be doing here. And I know sometimes it feels to you, I'm sure, that there's no consideration given to the residents and the problems that you face and the time that you've lived here. And I want you to know that that's one of the things that, even though it's not our primary objective, there's no question, but that weighs very, very heavily into the consideration of all of the things that we bring forward. This is, as you have all said, Scenic Road is it's an iconic neighborhood and the destination with the striking homes right along the shore and right next to the lagoon. The views are incredible, and during the winter, the large storms and the big waves bring the big wave surfers to come and surf the 30-foot waves, which draws an audience to watch from the shore. I'm sure that's nothing new to you, and I'm sure as well that as you watch this, you're thinking, oh boy, this is all that, all that we need, and I certainly kind of feel that way too. We that we cannot build a flood wall. That would not be either. It would simply not work. It would not work because there are so many. The Coastal Commission wouldn't agree to it. The state park would not agree to it. So there are a lot of things that we cannot do, but we can work on projects that are possible. When we talk about the home elevation program, and Lance, I've been to your home, and I know how just absolutely beautiful and unique and precious that it is. I would hope that there are methods that are available that we may not even know or think about at this point that would be able to help in your situation. I think that working with our Department of Emergency Management, which is what the plan would be, to pursue grants and to find solutions so that the burden is not 100% on the residents, so that we can help with this circumstance. I think that's really what I want to try to have us do. The projects need support from a number of other agencies, and therefore we're limited in many ways by the options that we can choose. So I'm supportive of the staff's recommendation, and I want to say that the staff report was just excellent. I so much appreciate the work that you guys have been doing on it. Honestly, between the work that these folks have been doing for several years working on this project, and Public Works and Randy Ishii and all the guys that you see out on the beach when they are breaching the sandbar, we're very fortunate to have the workers that we have here because they are dedicated staff. Melanie, they're just dedicated, and they want to do the right thing for all of us. So when it becomes appropriate, I'd be delighted to make the motion to approve the FEIR, but I would like to hear from my colleagues as well.
Any other comments?
Just an acknowledgement of the complexity of the situation that we find ourselves in. I can only imagine how challenging this is for someone whose home is affected and whose neighborhood is affected. And also, I think we do have a duty and a responsibility to ensure the flow of the river and the lagoon in as much of a natural way as possible. I think that's a commitment that we have to protect our resources here. This seems to be the best option of a whole bunch of options that are really less than great. So I'll support your motion, Mary, or Supervisor Adams, but acknowledging, this is, I guess the one question I have is the Coastal Commission has made it very clear that they don't support hardening of coastline. So I'm a little unclear as to whether or not they're going to accept this or if that's already been a part of the process. But we'll have to cross that bridge. At this point, this is the best of choice that appears available to us.
Okay. I don't have any other comments, and I don't think Supervisor Alejo does. So you want to make a motion, Supervisor?
I do, yes. I'd like to move that we certify the FEIR, that we select the environmentally preferred alternative scenic road protective structure at mid-slope, that there will be no EPB project, and that we will include a sandbar management plan, and direct staff to explore a home elevation program, including protection or relocation of the COD infrastructure that could eventually eliminate the need for ongoing sandbar management, and direct staff to seek funding for the design, permitting, construction, and maintenance of the SRPS and ongoing sandbar management.
Be happy to second that.
Thank you.
For clarity, that's staff's recommendation.
That's staff's recommendation. I just read it out for everybody, but that's staff's recommendation. I could have said it in 2 words.
No other comments? We can put this to a vote then. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries 4-0.
Thank you all.
With that, we'll move on to considering adoption of recommendations from the Legislative Committee, Propositions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 35, and talk about 36.
Thank you, board members. This is Annette Diadamo with the County Administrative Office, and today I'm presenting the recommendations from the Legislative Committee on the propositions appearing on the ballot for California's general election on November 5th. I'm going to pull up a quick little slide presentation for you. Okay. There we go. Okay, so the Legislative Committee is recommending that the board support propositions 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 35. And the committee also forwarded proposition 36 without a recommendation for your board so that you could consider whether or not the board wants to take a position on that measure. The Secretary of State's official voter information guide has been included as Exhibit A to this report, and I'll provide you with a quick summary of these measures. Proposition 2 is a bond measure that would authorize the state to borrow $10 billion to modernize K-12 schools and community colleges, and the funding could be used to repair outdated school buildings and upgrade libraries, heating and cooling systems, and broadband internet. Proposition 3 would remove outdated language in the state's constitution that still defines marriage as between a man and a woman, and instead replace it with a broad right to marry language. Proposition 4 is a bond measure that would authorize the state to borrow $10 billion to help fund the response to climate-related disasters, such as drought, flooding, and extreme heat. And it would also help to ensure clean drinking water. If approved by the voters, this would be the largest investment in combating climate change in California's history. Proposition 5 would make it easier for local governments to approve bonds and tax measures that fund affordable housing and some public infrastructure projects. It would lower the required vote threshold to approve those measures from a 2/3 supermajority to a 55% vote. Proposition 6 would ban involuntary servitude and end mandatory work requirements for state prisoners. And Proposition 35 would provide permanent funding for Medi-Cal, California's version of Medicaid, which pays for healthcare services for low-income residents. Right now, a tax fund managed health plan insurance plans that funds the program is set to expire in 2026. And then finally, the Legislative Committee forwarded Proposition 36, again, without any recommendation, just for your board's decision if you'd like to take a position. And this proposition would impose harsher sentences for drug possession and retail theft. And it would turn some crimes involving fentanyl and repeating shoplifting that are currently misdemeanors into felonies. So that concludes my presentation. Supervisor Askew and Supervisor Alejo serve on the board's legislative committee, so they may want to comment further. And additionally, we have Kasha Hunt from Nossaman on the Zoom. Kasha is someone that not all the board members have probably had a chance to meet. She's been with the Nossaman firm for a couple of months now as a policy advisor, and she's here to help answer any questions on the propositions if you have them. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. Supervisors Askew or Alejo, do you have anything you would like to comment on this?
I think our recommendations are clear to support these as listed. We didn't have a clear recommendation on Prop 6, sorry, on Prop 36, thank you. So we've referred that to the full board for consideration. However, I'll just say that personally, when you look at who we have supporting, who we have opposing Proposition 6 includes Governor Newsom, Assembly Speaker Rivas, Senate Pro Tem Mike McGuire, the ACLU, the League of Women Voters of California. So I would recommend that we take a opposed position on Prop 36.
Supervisor Alejo, did you have anything you wanted to comment on this?
Yeah, first of all, on the less controversial propositions, I support all that are listed here, Prop 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 35. As one of the executive members of the California State Association of Counties, CSAC, which I am the representative for Monterey County, we took a vote on 4 of these. So CSAC has officially endorsed Prop 4, the climate bond, Prop 5, which lowers the threshold to pass housing or infrastructure measures by 55% instead of a 2/3. And they also CSAC has officially endorsed Prop 36 as well, the measure Supervisor Askew was just talking about. The only one they didn't support was 35. And that's one that would actually benefit Natividad Hospital. This is one that Dr. Chad Harris strongly supports. There's money set aside for designated public hospitals, which Natividad is one, and would benefit. And it's actually supported by the California Hospital Association, the California Medical Association, labor, a lot of a good coalition. So I hope that we support Prop 35. CSAC didn't take a position, but considering we have Natividad Hospital, this is in our interest. Now on Prop 36, this one is gaining wide support. There's very little opposition. They're getting out fundraised, but this is supported by our District Attorneys Association and a long list of elected officials. This is to curtail retail crime, which we know is a problem, not only in the big cities, and we've seen all the images of retail theft gone extreme in Los Angeles, Oakland, San Francisco. Stores are closing down in downtown San Francisco because the problem is so great. But it also exists here in Monterey County, in CVS, to have to go in a store and have a lot of the items locked up because of retail theft. It's a problem. At the CVS on East Laurel, they stopped selling products and have to go across to South Salinas to the CVS because they don't even sell certain products anymore because of the retail theft. At Home Depot here, my brother is an assistant manager there. There's been retail theft, and it's organized crime, but it's also individuals that are serial thieves that are committing these crimes. So it's hurting our local businesses. At Del Monte, there were serial thieves and organized crime that were going into stealing sunglasses, and a lot of the other stores were victims of retail theft. So this is a problem all across our county. I think the public has said enough is enough. It's polling very strongly. It is going to pass. I'm confident it's going to pass. I'm sure if our district attorney is on our Zoom, she would back that this is certainly needed to be reformed. I think there was a lot of unintended consequences of Prop 47, and we're living them, and we have lived them for years. And the legislature attempted to deal with this comprehensively. It couldn't. The governor was going to have a competing measure. He couldn't come up with that either. So what is before the voters is Prop 36, and I would ask that we support this measure to help curtail retail crime. The only other story I was going to share, because the governor had a recent press conference in San Jose to announce that I think 4 bills are being signed. They're just in smaller aspects, not a comprehensive approach like Prop 36. But he did it at the Home Depot store in San Jose. And it was interesting for me to see that, because at that store, it was completely burned down, I think, 2 years ago. And the person who set the fire was engaging in theft, and he set the fire to distract so he could get away. So he burned the complete store down, and earlier in the day, he had engaged in theft at Macy's and at the Bass Fishing Store. And so that's just one story. An entire store burnt to the ground because of these ongoing problems of retail theft. People who are doing it repeatedly, there isn't much consequences. It's affecting our small businesses here in Monterey County. And I think the time has come to join many other local governments and elected officials to say we should get behind Proposition 36 to help our law enforcement officials, our district attorney's offices, and our courts to better hold these folks, serial thieves and organized crime, accountable for engaging in this kind of activities that is severely hurting our economy and our small businesses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams, do you have any comments on this matter? Okay. Well, I got a couple comments. I'm going to be a little bit of an outlier here because, you know, I fully support when this board wants to put something before the voters like Major AA, that, you know, we take a position. But I have some discomfort with governing bodies recommending to voters on issues that we haven't put before them on how they should vote. And some of these, I mean, individually we can do that. Some of these, like Proposition 3, I am absolutely, totally for. My oldest son is gay, and I'm, you know, this corrects very much of a wrong, but that's my personal position, and I have just a philosophical discomfort with governing bodies taking a position on suggestions on how the public should vote on issues, particularly like this, on propositions that have been put forth by signatures. And I look at these, and I'm pretty much in support of these, but I am going to vote against the board doing that. Although I think there's probably the majority here that'll do that. I just feel that's just my personal philosophical position. And I, you know, do support any concern about the Proposition 36 that you have expressed as well, Supervisor. So at this point,
maybe we could do the easy one first. A motion to approve. Oh, after public comments, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We should do public comments. Is there any public comment on this? Anybody in chambers? Yes, please come forward.
So I'm not here for this issue, but I heard you guys speaking, and I wanted to say something. So about Proposition 36, I believe it is.
Yes, it is.
I'm so for it too. But when I look at the news and I see all these people taking all this stuff, you can easily see it's over $900 and nothing is still happening, you know? So by lowering the threshold, I don't believe it's really going to do anything. People are still, I believe, going to be stealing. Because like I said, they go to Louis Vuitton. One purse is easily over $1,000. So is it really going to do anything? Do you guys feel it's really going to do anything if we change the threshold? That's all I had to say.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody online?
Just the DA.
DA, yes.
Yes.
Would you
Janine Paccioni.
Janine?
Hi, good afternoon, Supervisors. Janine Paccioni, Monterey County District Attorney. I would actually urge the board to take a position of support of Proposition 36. It is a measured and responsible reform it does three things, one of which is not raise the threshold. So the most recent commenter, that's not what this law does. So I just want to be clear about that. But it does create tougher penalties for serial retail theft, not just a theft, but serial retail theft, meaning they have to have 3 thefts in order for it to actually be treated more seriously than it ever could be. Right now, someone could walk in, steal something under $950, do it multiple times a day, and it would only be a ticket every time they did it. It could never be anything more. And these are deaths by 1,000 cuts for our small retailers. They're putting our businesses out of business. There's a financial cost and a human cost to the serial retail theft. And as Supervisor Alejo noticed, it's happening in Carmel by the Sea. It's happening in Monterey. It's happening in Salinas. It's happening everywhere, not just in the big cities. The second thing that this proposition does is it incentivizes drug and mental health treatment. Prior to Proposition 47, if someone picked up an offense for possession of a hard drug meaning methamphetamine, PCP, cocaine, heroin, now fentanyl, they would possibly be going into custody. But they had an alternative, which was drug treatment. And if they completed a drug treatment program, that case would be dismissed. Once Prop 47 passed, nobody went to drug treatment court anymore. Statewide, drug treatment courts emptied out. And because there was no incentive for them to actually attend that advantage, there was no advantage to it. They could just keep using their drugs. And if they got caught, it would be just a misdemeanor ticket. The substance abuse is a problem because it feeds into our homelessness, and it also exacerbates existing mental illness. So it's really like the snowball effect. One other thing is that, again, we're not talking about first-time offenders who have possession of a narcotic like this. We're talking about serial narcotics offenders before this enhanced penalty comes into play. So we're not talking about first-time offenders. Diversion's still applying. There's still plenty of options and programs for them. We're talking about people who are serially in our courts offending and causing communities to suffer. The third part of this proposition is the fentanyl. The legislature has not dealt with this. In this year alone, from January to May, in Monterey County, there have been 283 reported overdoses. And last year, in 2023, just in the second quarter alone, we had 109 overdose deaths. The cost of one fentanyl tablet is $1.50. This stuff is poison, and it is saturating our community. And unless we do something about it, unless we hold these fentanyl dealers accountable, we're wiping out a generation of our residents. Prop 36 is a tool to seek accountability and incentivize drug treatment and protect our local retailers. And while the governor does not support this, I will tell you that CSAC does, as Supervisor Alejo noticed, the League of California Cities, the Monterey County Property Owners Association, the California Farm Bureau, the California Grocers Association, mayors of both San Francisco and San Jose support this, both Democrat mayors with significant issues in their community for these offenses, the California Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and most importantly here locally, the Monterey County Chief Law Enforcement Officers. I'm asking for you to support this because we need this tool here in Monterey County, and your voice matters. Thank you.
Thank you. And
I did want to just add that I wasn't going to be voting against this. I'm going to be abstaining, is what I intend to on these matters. And I understand we still have the old rule in, so that my vote is going to go with the majority, but just wanted to state that.
I just wanted to add that not only the League of Cities or CSAC, but RCRC, the Rural Counties Association, the contract cities are also in strong support. And I would just say that there's no different. We weigh in on legislation year round, right? Because it has an impact here locally. But this especially, some of these propositions have an impact. Even the marriage, it was trying to overturn the Knight Initiative. It was a different era in Sacramento. We're now correcting, making those proper changes to our Constitution to remove that adverse law that was passed back then. I think it was Proposition 8. But I want to just say that voting on these propositions on behalf of our residents is the same way what we engage when we weigh in on legislation, because the policy, the budgetary, the practical impact that some of these laws have or don't have do impact communities across Monterey County. And so I think it's incumbent for us to take a position and where it makes sense to support these propositions, just as we do for legislative or budgetary proposals that impact Monterey County. Thank you.
And I respect that opinion. I just don't like to take a position when people are actually voting. But legislation, state legislature, absolutely. Anybody else have a comment? So we should go maybe to the simple ones, 2 through 35, that have been recommended, if we're ready for a vote on that.
Yeah, so I was curious if Supervisor Adams had any comments, but maybe not. So if, and to your point, I hear you and I completely understand. I can respect that. So I'm going to try this one. So could we do Prop 3, which is the constitutional right to marriage, which I hear you saying that is something you're interested in supporting. I'm going to. Or across the board.
I'm happy to endorse it, but I don't want to take a position as a member of a governing board.
Got it. Okay. Then in that case, I'm going to suggest that and I was just going to make the case that Prop 6 is very similar. It's a constitutional amendment to eliminate involuntary servitude, which I think is a pretty straightforward one. And then I was just going to make an additional comment about Prop 35, which is also significant for the Central California Alliance for Health, which is our locally managed Medi-Cal managed care program. I'm 100% behind this, and it would mean a lot to have that dedicated funding. So let's take Prop 2 through 35, and I'll make a motion that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors formally support those propositions.
A second for Supervisor Alejo. We'll put this to a vote. All those in favor of 2 through 35 on the propositions?
Aye.
Oppose? And 1 abstention. So the motion carries 4-0 forcefully.
Okay, and then I'll make a second motion that we take no action on Prop 36.
I do not hear a second on that. So,
Would you be the second?
huh?
Would you be the second? Take no action?
I'm not taking I'm not doing we had two, so.
Well, then I'll make another motion, not a substitute because the other motion didn't have a second. But I don't know where Mary would be, if she supports Prop 36 or not. But I would make a motion that we support Prop 36.
I can support that because I've had conversations with my residents from Carmel who are really going through a lot because of this. Their insurance has just gone through the roof because of the situation that this hopefully will address.
So we have a first and a second, and we have go put this into a vote then. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Abstentions? 1 abstention. The motion carries 3-1.
Okay, all right. All right, in this case.
Next week, we have the abstention referral up. Okay. Then we're done with that. We can move on to County Administrative Officer comments.
Yes, just some brief comments. I do want to thank Supervisor Lopez for bringing in Lazaro's family this morning. It was great to see such great parents and just a great reminder of the people that we have in our community and those visitors that come through. Just an acknowledgement. I asked Supervisor Lopez to kind of put a pin in it, and I'd love to see where Lazaro is in 5 years, just to see where his career might take him, at least in the beginnings of his career. But in addition to that, we've had ongoing conversations with our labor groups, and I know Ari, with our human resources team, has been integral, and along with her labor negotiating team. So I want to thank everybody that's involved in that group, but also our employees who have been just really great about sharing the great work that they're doing in the community. We are currently working with our elected officials and our department heads to look at budgetary impacts, so we'll be bringing that forward in the next few months to kind of give us an idea of where our budget's at. The last thing is we are working with our public information officer to highlight the public service that's being done in our community. So we will be posting online. I know Nick Pasculi has already been posting a few things, but just sharing additional information about the great work that's being done across all of our county departments. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have 2 new referrals.
Yes, the 2 referrals were received. The first one was received in August 23rd, 2024, and this is from Supervisor Church. It has been assigned to the Health Department and may have also involve our Housing and Community Services Department. This is related to allow the point of use, point of entry water treatment devices to be used for new construction on vacant legal lots of record and for accessory dwelling units. The second one was received on September 5th, and this is related to seeking to modify the county's rooster ordinance in order to make it more effective at eradicating cockfighting operations in unincorporated Monterey County. This one has been assigned to the Health Department, and both of these will be coming forward for additional information in the near future. I do want to just note there was an individual that wanted to speak, I believe, on these referrals.
I think that the woman who wanted to speak on referrals is still here. Would that be possible? She's been here all day.
Yeah, I mean, we don't generally do it, but please come forward.
We should want to encourage her participation.
Come up. We always encourage you to
all we've got.
I think it's in the form of public comment.
Huh? Yeah.
In the form of public comment.
Yeah, let's pull the microphone in.
Yes, you just want to be in front of the microphone so we can hear you.
So this is what I wrote. Honorable members of the board, I'm speaking to you today as a concerned citizen and a responsible rooster and chicken breeder. As a breeder of roosters and chickens, I want to voice my concerns regarding the proposed changes to the ordinance that could significantly impact my livelihood and the important traditions that I hold dear. Breeding roosters has been a cherished hobby and family tradition that has been passed down through generations. It's not just about livestock, it's about the bond we form with these animals, the lessons of husbandry and responsibility we instill in our children, and the appreciation we foster for caring for living creatures. The current ordinance allows for a significant number of roosters, and this flexibility has allowed many in our community to maintain these traditions and contribute to local food supply, particularly in times when grocery prices continue to rise. Limiting the number of roosters permitted will create a hardship not only for myself, but for countless others who rely on these birds for eggs and meat. Controlling the number of roosters hatched is not always feasible. It's a natural process, and each new life contributes to our families' sustenance and connection to agriculture. Imposing strict limits would not only jeopardize our food security, but also threaten our financial well-being. It's vital to recognize that having numerous roosters does not equate to illegal activities like cockfighting. Just as a person with many dogs can be a responsible pet owner without engaging in dogfighting, so too can a rooster owner be devoted to the proper care and breeding of their birds without any intention of misuse. Addressing the issue of animal fighting is critical, but the solution should target the actual perpetrators, not those who have a genuine love for their animals. I'd like to point out that dogfighting rings are still prevalent in California, and yet we're not considering targeting dog owners who have multiple dogs. Instead of focusing on the small number of responsible private citizens raising roosters, I urge you to direct our collective resources toward pressing issues that more deeply affect the community, such as supporting the estimated 40% of children facing abuse in Monterey County or addressing the nearly 2,000 individuals experiencing homelessness. Moreover, its ongoing drug and gang issues present significant challenges that require our immediate attention and action.
Thank you. So I should ask if there's anybody else that wants to speak on either one of these referrals. Is there anybody online? No, okay. I do want to state that this ordinance is being drafted with exemptions. It's only to be addressed towards cockfighting. So there would be exemptions. I want to let you know that. We're very careful about our intention there. I guess that's, so, okay, remember, board comments. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I have a couple of things to mention. One is today was a really big day here at the Board of Supervisors meeting, and I just want to thank everybody for the time and effort and the hard work that the staff has had to put in on this. And I very much appreciate the attention that my colleagues have given to these very critical issues in my district. Tomorrow, Wednesday, there's a Coastal Commission workshop at the Portola Plaza Hotel. It will be to discuss neighborhood scale approaches to sea level rise adaptation planning and local coastal program updates. And again, that'll be at the Portola Hotel in downtown Monterey. On Friday, we have the quarterly Big Sur Multi-Agency Advisory Committee at 10 o'clock in the Big Sur State Park at the conference room. The meeting will be in person and online in a Zoom format. And I give a special shout out to Vetsula Visuals, who has made all of that possible for the folks in Big Sur. There's another big issue going on in Big Sur. Soon we will have the no parking on the Old Coast Road beginning. That'll happen this week. The single-lane dirt road that comes right off Highway 1, right at Bixby Creek Bridge, is often overburdened with visitors who have absolutely no regard for where to park safely. And there has been different footages posted on YouTube, et cetera, about the Memorial Day weekend, which was just clearly wild. It was just so dangerous. But after hearing a number of public comments from residents and business owners and community leaders that Bixby Creek Bridge visitation was changing over the last day and social media highlighting it, there has been a real support for our moving forward, and we're really kind of pleased that we're going to be able to have some no parking signs placed. And we've been working with Randy and all of the folks at Public Works Facilities and Parks, and it's and the Highway Patrol. So we're looking forward to seeing if this will help the situation in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Adams. One of the good news that came out of your district, Point Lobos ranked #1 park statewide from customers, I guess, park visitors.
Yeah, great.
All over. It was, I think, in the San Francisco Chronicle. So it was
excellent.
It was good to hear one of our parks within our county get the highest accolades from visitors from across the state. I just had 2 announcements. One, I'm joining that Coastal Commission hearing on Thursday. I think Supervisor and Askew and I will be there because I'm one of the representatives on the board of directors for Monterey Salinas Transit that is spearheading that surf project. And then this weekend, I just want to let people know there's 2 great free activities by the Fiestas Patrias Committee of Salinas. They have a parade at 3 o'clock on Saturday, starting on Alisal Street, and then it goes to Market. And then on Sunday is the biggest 16th of September, which is Mexican Independence Day celebration. It's the biggest one on the Central Coast. They get over 5,000 people out there on East Alisal Street. So that will start, I believe, around noon. And so I will also be presenting a proclamation to them as well for all the volunteers who make that possible for our community. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. I have a handful of announcements for today. I wanted to just give a quick recap of some of the big community events. I had the pleasure of joining the Blue Zones Project last Friday as they celebrated Salinas achieving the distinction of becoming the first Monterey County community to be designated as a Blue Zones community. The designation really is a testament to the hard work and community engagement to improve the health and well-being of residents living in Salinas and throughout the county. And I was also really pleased to see members of our own county team, Gonzalo Coronado, was recognized for their contributions to the Blue Zone Project. He received an award last Friday. The Epicenter, also that evening, celebrated their 10-year anniversary, and it was a joyful event with a really reminding us that the youth that are at the center of the work that so many of us are doing. So really big appreciation and thanks to Epicenter for including so many community members in that celebration. Also this past weekend, I was able to attend the Marina Foundation Man and Woman of the Year Awards with the congratulations to Erica Graham and Joey Silva, who were named as the Marina Foundation's Women of the Year and Man of the Year. Mike Mast, congratulations, was also honored with a Lifetime of Service Award. We also, last Wednesday, it was a busy week, hosted our Wednesdays with Wendy, including representation from CBDIO, LULAC, and Hispanic Access Foundation. We talked in a roundtable format about their work in support of and celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. Our final online community gathering, Wednesday with Wendy, will be on October 2nd. And we'll be focusing on mental health with representatives from Family Services of the Central Coast, Monterey County Behavioral Health Bureau, and our District 4 Behavioral Health Commissioners, Derek Elder and Rennie Rhonda Jackson. So with that, I will say in closing that the Coastal Commission will be holding their meeting here in Monterey. I look forward to joining Supervisor Adams at the Coastal Roundtable and Supervisor Alejo, as well as many others, on Thursday for the hearing on the SURF Bus Rapid Transit Project. And I would just like to thank our county for taking a position of support and submitting a letter in support of that project. It is a really complicated set of jurisdictional boundaries that it crosses and agencies who are involved, and it has been quite a feat of coordination to get it to the Coastal Commission for this final decision-making stage. So thank you, county colleagues, for your support of this project, and I look forward to seeing you all there on Thursday.
And there's a support position now from the Coastal Commission staff, so that's a good sign going into the hearing.
There is a position of support, so we'll have to see. There's still a few things to be worked out. And in that vein, I would just like to formally appreciate and acknowledge Senator John Laird for stepping in when we needed that level of bringing people together to collaboratively work through some of the challenges so that we could come out on the other side with that agreement. Thank you.
Wendy, do you happen to know what time that it's going to be?
Yeah, there is no time certain. It is, I think, the fourth and fifth item on a day that has about 15 items scheduled. So we're anticipating that it could be a long day of hearing. The Coastal Commission oftentimes goes well past dinner in the evening hours. So I'm hoping to have it come up. I don't know. I don't want to. We'll plan to be there at 9 a.m. and spend the day. It'll be at the Plaza Hotel in Monterey, so easy to get to, easy to go run some errands.
Portola Hotel.
Sorry, the Portola Hall. Thank you, the Portola Hotel.
Yeah.
And there's also an opportunity for anyone who can't attend in person and needs some flexibility that day to participate via Zoom. You can share your testimony via Zoom, but you do need to submit a speaker's comment if that is something that you'd like to do. And I think the deadline to submit that speaker's comment for online testimony is the night before.
And if you're an elected official, they will let you speak before the public at large gets to speak. So there's a benefit if you want to say something, Supervisor Adams. And Carlos Sidoric, the director of MST, said that he'll text the board of directors half an hour before. So I'll make sure to text both of you to get the heads up. If you're going to be there already, then that's fine, yeah.
Yeah, I've got a challenging day.
Yeah, so do I.
So I got a couple things here too, and I was just at on Sunday in Aromas at the Harvest Festival they have there, and had some corn ice cream, which I will say the one thing I can say good about it is it's better than garlic ice cream. That's about it. Yes. So I do want to say there's a couple of things upcoming. One of them is a free drop-off event with Waste Management at the Prunedale Grange, excuse me, starts at 8 a.m. and goes till 10:30 or whenever the dumpsters are full. But unfortunately, I've got to confess that during the meetings, my wife is the one who texts me on what to say at the end of the meeting, and she didn't say the date for this event. I'm assuming it's Saturday, but I would suggest check on social media or with the Waste Management or with my office to find out what day that is. But do keep in mind that whatever day it is, they will go till the dumpsters are full. So get out there early, and I've seen there's usually a pretty good sized line in the past. Sunday the 15th is the Aromas Grange Community Market, 9:30 to 1, with fresh produce, eggs, tamales, bread, and handmade items for sale. I do not know if they will have corn ice cream that day. My next town hall meeting is in Castroville on the Wednesday the 18th, 5:30 to 7 at the Recreation Center, and hope to see some folks there. And with that, I just want to end and suggest everybody
I actually have a
I know.
Okay.
I'm so just finish on my comment. I wasn't sorry. I was just going to say everybody should do their civic duty and watch the presidential debate tonight. at 6 o'clock. Now we'll turn to County Council for a readout.
Apologies, thought you were adjourning. There is a readout from closed session. The Board of Supervisors has approved three-year term tentative agreements with the following labor organizations, bargaining units: SEIU, Probation Association, and Probation Managers Association. And that's it.
And with that, we will adjourn the Board of Supervisors and the Monterey County Water Resources Agency until next Tuesday.